All right. Tell me when we're online.
We're up.
We're broadcasting.
Yes, sir.
Sounds good. Oh, shit. This is going to be a long night. I've got the white monster, though,
Good
and
shit.
trail mix. Gonna get popcorn later.
Yep. Fuck, I should have got some popcorn. Oh,
I'm home cooking some in a kettle.
nice. Alright, so right now, we got the Democrats are still leading the Senate. Um, Tim Ryan is ahead by about 140,000 votes. That's not looking good for JD Vance. But,
On the plus side, the GOP has won in Indiana with the Senate seat going to Todd Young. In Kentucky, the Senate seat going to Rand Paul. And South Carolina, another one going to Tim Scott. Those are the only Senate races I'm seeing being called by the Post right now, the New York Post.
yeah, um, the GOP is still killing it, to say the least, in the House. Had 25 to 12 so far,
Yeah,
but
we just need to get to 218 for the majority. And then we flip the chamber.
yeah,
It's going to be easy. Blowout. If we don't get more, if we get less than 230 seats, I'm going to be shocked.
yeah,
10
I
seat
feel that.
majority, easy. And it's going to be higher than that, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe even 240.
I see we just got another House seat called. I'm not sure where it is, but the number just went up.
All right. Is anyone listening yet?
Nope.
Okay.
Or what?
There he is.
Hey, sorry about that, guys.
Yeah. We are live right now. We don't have anyone viewing so far, but
Hey, Tusk, you should point out when more people join.
I will.
So, how do we send this to some people in order to get them to join? I got somebody who's wanting to watch.
Y'all got the link.
So I just like copy the URL.
Yeah, you just send the link to people. They can join.
Do I
I'm
do
texting
invite?
all my friends right now.
Hmm. Yeah. So, how do you guys want to start this off?
I mean, it's already starting. We're just taking it as we go.
Awesome. Uh, have you guys talked about anything so far?
We're just
Not
keeping up
really.
with the current elections, the Senate, the House, and the governors. Marquis, go ahead and send him the links like to the websites like election betting odds and New York Post.
Uh, can you actually? I'm sending the link to people on Snap.
Yeah, all right. I
Yeah,
got
all
it.
right. Start activity, invite.
We got a view.
Yes, I would
Say again.
love to send a
We got
link
some
to
people
people.
watching.
Awesome.
Amazing.
Welcome.
All right. So right now,
Welcome to the insane asylum.
yeah, yeah, fucking tell me about it. The Republicans got another seat in the House. The Democrats still at 36, and the Republicans are still at 32 in the Senate. Uh, governors
Just
are
to recap, the GOP won 3 Senate seats. Tim Scott of South Carolina, Rand Paul of Kentucky, and Todd Young of Indiana are all retaining their seats in the Senate.
Yep. Unfortunately, it still looks like Stacey Abrams is ahead in Georgia. Not by a whole lot, though, only by about 60,000, give or take.
Right, right. I'm checking back on Rubio in Florida again, and yeah, he's up by 750,000.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, Rubio was never really expected to lose. I don't see a whole lot of poll. Well, in fact, whoa, they called it for Rubio just now.
Oh, fuck
Rubio
yeah.
won. In
Holy.
Oklahoma, James Langford won. And in Alabama, Katie Britt won. And yeah, we just,
On one
the
hand,
Oklahoma special, the Republican Party just picked up 4 Senate seats.
Wow.
and it looks like the Republicans got 2 more governors called for them. On
Dude,
on one
it's all
hand,
tied up in the Senate.
on
36 to 36.
on one
Dude,
hand, it's good that the
DeSantis won.
ha ha. You know,
DeSantis won.
hang on, boys. You hear this? That's the sound of victory, bitch.
hey, you know what
Craig,
they had on betting odds last night when I was looking? Um, all the polls were saying that Democrats, at least in the Senate, were going to win 5 seats, up to 5 seats.
there was
And
no way in hell that was
look,
happening.
it's already early. And I was even watching CNN clips, and they were talking about a blue wave coming in that they started propaganding within the past 2 weeks
No,
about this blue wave.
they
And I
Oh,
was like,
no. The
whoa,
best chance
everybody knew for months there was going to be a red wave. So,
the closest chance they ever had of a blue wave happening would be if the midterms happened like right after Roe v. Wade was overturned, but that died down within a couple of weeks. They could have, I mean, just about a month ago, they were still expecting the Democrats to hold on to the Senate, but in the past couple of weeks, it's just the Republicans have gained ground for that. And now they're expected by betting odds to win the Senate. Fucking nice. They give the Republicans a 69% chance of
I
winning.
love that. Hey, how
the
are we
House
doing
is
in
really crazy. We just
Yeah.
won
Pennsylvania?
13th.
Pennsylvania
The
as
devil
it
will
is.
appear. 13th district and the 14th district Republicans just picked up. And in Texas, the 6th district, the 25th, the 11th, and the 31st. 6 seats right there. And somewhere on the map, Republicans won another House seat just now.
Yeah, it's such a big deal. I mean, you guys want to talk about why do you think people are voting Republican? Like, I just got back from the voting booth and I was talking to people on both sides of the aisle. I went and I voted with my mother, actually. So she took a little bit longer than I did, so I talked to some people. And a lot of people are actually, even people on the left are like, basically like, yeah, Republicans, like, they're not that
Missouri's
crazy.
Missouri's Republican senator is in the lead.
Yeah, Eric Schmidt.
Yep.
Yeah, I visited his website yesterday, and his website versus his competitors
Texas is
is
nothing but
let's.
red so far. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, you're good. Texas, I believe, is gonna be red as long as there is a Texas, it's gonna be red. Um,
Yeah,
why
here's
would
to
they even
hoping.
have Beto? Like Beto O'Rourke, like literally, he's the guy that said, "Hell yes, we're gonna take your AR-15s." Why would they think he's gonna win in Texas?
Well, because
Insane.
back in January or February, he said, I'm not interested in taking anything from anybody. I even saw a Greg Abbott advertisement. It said, what's Beto's policy on guns? Depends on the area code. So, yeah, no, again, I'm not going to say anything is impossible because, I mean, that's what they said for Trump in 2016. But Eh, I doubt Beto's. Sorry, Francis. That's why I call him. Brian Kemp
The
seems
Republicans
to.
took up another seat, and we've unseated a Democrat in the House. I'm not sure if anyone brought that up.
Where?
We've unseated at least one. I don't know, but the New York Post is showing the number of seats
Oh
that
yeah,
flipped from parties,
yeah,
and
the
we've taken
Republicans.
one from them.
Yeah, I would expect it's probably Virginia or maybe I don't know, North Carolina.
I don't know, but the House is still going crazy. Indiana's second district won
Fetterman.
by Rudy Yackham.
Fetterman is
Indiana's
in the lead.
third, Jim Banks, and these are all Republicans I'm naming off. Kentucky's first, James Coomer. Uh, I already said those two from Pennsylvania, and whoa, North Carolina's third district, Greg Murphy, Republican. You won.
That's good because this kind of puts the edge off the Pennsylvania race with Mehmet Oz and Fetterman
Well,
because
Fetterman is
everybody
winning.
thought that it was going to come down to that, and it looks like Fetterman is winning. But if the Republicans could win all these like swing states, like in Indiana, for example, and South Carolina, then that puts less pressure on Oz to win. But what I'm
Beto
looking
is
at
winning.
now, Beto is winning.
Yeah, by about 100,000 votes so far. It's only 5% of the expected votes, though. I mean, remember,
Okay.
remember
Democrats
Rubio
show up
was,
and vote early.
well, Rubio was losing at first, and now it just got called for him a few minutes ago. So, I mean,
Well,
I'm
I
still, I
think
ain't tripping about like Texas or anything. I do believe that Abbott's gonna win this shit.
Right.
also, yeah, if you look at like polling and statistics in general, Democrats always have a big lead at the beginning. I was looking back
Right.
even
We
at the beginning of every
flipped three
race, like
seats. We've taken three from them. We took one in Florida just now.
Wait,
We've
what do you
taken
mean?
great.
two in Florida.
Oh shit, yeah, that's House seats. The Republicans have flipped 3 so far. Shit.
Dude,
Oh, the red wave has just begun. Know what kind of red wave this is? This is the red wave of the shit coming out of the elevator in the movie The Shining by Stanley Kubrick.
Mm-hmm.
That's what kind of red wave this is.
Shit, I'm
Is
spilling
this
my
is
beer.
just an apocalyptically big red wave it's going to be.
We can only hope. I mean,
I say, yeah, shouldn't count our chickens before they're hatched, but
yeah,
yeah, I'm
I
calling
agree
this
with
right
you there.
now. Yeah, I'm calling that we're going to have a big win for the Republicans. And just
Y'all.
for the record, I'll often refer to Republicans with the we pronouns because a lot of us caucus with Republicans here.
Yeah.
Here, even though technically I'm a classical liberal when you get right down to it, libertarian is the more modern vernacular. But
Y'all.
the
Marquis.
libertarians don't exactly win a lot of elections.
Y'all take a
Well, that's
look. Take a look at Matt Hackenberg in Pennsylvania's governor race. He is killing it.
so is that on the link that you sent me, Tusk?
Yes. Take a look at Matt Hackenberg, man.
Rest in peace.
He's got
878 votes.
878 votes. He's got 0.6 of the percent.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah,
I
I'm really
split my
concerned
ticket
about the
between
Senate, though.
Republicans and Democrats, not Republicans, Democrats, Republicans, and Libertarians.
What's important to me is the Senate, really, really big, and I don't like this Fetterman vote being up so much. 130,000 votes for Fetterman, and then Oz only 22,000.
Yeah.
Um,
Well,
but it's still early in the game. And that's what I was saying. Democrats typically, if you look at polls in history, they tend to come out and have bigger turnout in the very beginning. Um, so, like in the election night, I don't know if you guys know, like at the very beginning, I have it written down here of my research last night. Hillary Clinton was up 75% at one
true.
point.
True. But let's keep in
Yeah,
mind state
Right.
races are decided by the popular vote.
Yes. Yes, they are. but that goes into numbers. I was just pointing out the fact that
Yeah, that I get what you're saying. Yeah, and
yeah,
Hillary didn't win 75% of the popular vote. So
no, not yet. That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm just saying they Democrats typically are up so much in the beginning.
yeah,
So
they
when I
are.
see that Fetterman is up as much as he is now, he's up at 84%. It worries me a little, but it doesn't worry me as much
Yeah,
because I know the Republican votes come in later.
yeah.
Typically,
Abrams has been winning the Georgia governor vote this entire time, and Kemp is about to catch her. She's up by only about 30-ish thousand, 35,000 now.
yeah.
Still not looking good for Herschel Walker. He's down 10%. I'm looking at it right now. But
Yeah.
wait, we've got new stuff out of the Kansas Senate race. Jerry Moran, Republican, is really far ahead so far. That's good. Eric Schmidt still ahead in Missouri. And what else is new? Tim Ryan still ahead in Ohio. Fetterman still ahead in Pennsylvania. Hassan still ahead in New Hampshire. We did flip 3 seats in the Senate so far, though, apparently. So
Yep. It is looking good for Republicans.
absolutely.
Beto is ahead by about 65,000 right now. Sorry, Francis. I don't know why I keep calling him Beto.
Fake name.
Yeah. Considering that considering that his parents' names are Patrick and Melissa and his name is Robert Francis. Yeah, he's a
Yo, Sununu won in New Hampshire.
no shit.
We got another Republican governor. That's now 4 up.
Wait. It's saying that Tom Sherman has more votes though. I mean, yeah, they can still expect that Chris is going to win, but it says that Tom Sherman still has about 160 more votes though. That's weird.
Potentially.
Yeah.
There's a lot of complicated math that goes into this stuff that is kind of above my head. I remember doing a little bit of it in a college statistics class and having a really hard going of it.
Yeah.
I think you're way too right-brained for that, Marquis.
Potentially.
We got
You're very right-brain oriented, but so am I. Numbers are not my thing typically.
I am no brain oriented.
Fair enough.
Rah.
Fair enough.
We've got 6, 7 people watching us right now. How y'all doing? Thank y'all for
Hell
joining
yeah.
us.
yeah,
Oh shit.
congratulations.
Well, Kansas and Oklahoma just came in. Currently, the Democrat Joy Hoffmeister is in the lead for Oklahoma, and Derek Schmidt, the Republican, is in the lead for Kansas.
Did we already
You
say
said
that James Lankford won the senatorial race in fucking Oklahoma? He
I
won.
think we did, yes.
Right, right.
Tim Ryan is ahead by about 150,000 votes in Ohio. And John Fetterman is still ahead by about 170,000 votes in Pennsylvania.
We've got the first House races called in Ohio. Republicans won the second district. Democrats won this really tiny district. I assume it's Cleveland. Ohio's 11th.
Marquis, tell me the amount of um seats in the House that the Republicans have won so far.
Yeah, currently
They won
we've won 46.
Oklahoma's
They've
second
got
district.
19. We need 218 for a majority. I'm formally predicting a majority of 230 or more. We have stolen 3 seats from them in the House so far.
Okay, so all we need to do is we need to steal at least 5 seats in order to have the House, correct?
Something like that.
Yeah, so we're looking good trajectory within the House. We only need 2 more seats to go.
Yo,
What
Oklahoma's second and third just got called for Republicans right now. Sorry to interrupt. We just got two right there.
Perfect. So
We
now,
didn't flip those. We just won them.
oh, okay. We need to
Just
we
one.
need to flip 5 in order to have control of the House, right?
Yeah.
And I think for the Senate we need to flip 1.
In the
So
Senate, it's all tied up 36 to 36 with the remainder undecided.
yeah, well, let's talk about Fetterman and Oz just because like that's the most research that I've done. I'm not getting the whole deal of why Fetterman is having so much popularity. So like I took a deep dive into him last night and he does not have that good of a past, that good
He
of a
has a
record.
terrible past.
There's points where he was pointing shotguns at a black man, um, accusing him of robbing something that Fetterman didn't even witness. So you have this guy that's pointing guns at minorities, but comes out and on a debate stage, slurring after his stroke, telling Mehmet Oz that he doesn't stand for minorities. So this seems very hypocritical from him. Not only that, if you look at his narrative that he's running with, um, that being with Barack Obama even came out and endorsed him, as well as Biden. So you had an ex president and the current president both endorsing Fetterman. And I think it's very important to point out that whenever Obama comes out of his shell, he comes out and speaks again, that's when the Democratic Party becomes really desperate. Remember the narrative that, oh, I wish we could go back to the old good days of the Democratic Party back when Obama was there, right? This narrative that caught wind with people that weren't really up to date with politics. They just wanted less drama, and less drama to them was Obama, and which is unfortunate because they don't know their politics and realize that a lot of what Obama did was a cause of what's happening today. But the narrative that Obama and Biden said while endorsing him was it is crucial to vote for Fetterman because if you don't, uh, yeah, I got a direct quote. The future of democracy could be at stake. That's what President Obama said.
Yeah, that's what all the
So
Democrats have been saying.
they play these identity politics, right? So if you don't vote blue, then you want a king and you're not for democracy. If you don't vote blue, then you're all about gun violence and you want children to die. If you don't vote blue, then you hate women, you're a misogynist pig, and it's because you don't like abortions and this and that. They play into these identity politics so strong. So I'm looking into Fetterman here, and his big thing is defunding the police. And I'm looking at Pennsylvania, and I'm like, Pennsylvania, why in Pennsylvania? They don't have a problem with the police in Pennsylvania. They haven't. So why is he so popular? It's
He's
not
re-
making sense to me.
he's really not that popular. Again, this is how a lot of races start. He's not popular, but I think a lot of people just don't like Oz.
They're just voting by party. These
Yeah,
guys are trying to keep the Senate from flipping. These Democrats are out here campaigning. You know what their slogan is? Their slogan is vote blue no matter who. They aren't really even looking at specific candidates right now. It's just a party label. It's just a collectivist groupthink thing. And trying to keep Republicans out of Congress, basically, and they're sacrificing their integrity to do that by voting for John Fetterman, the guy who had a stroke and doesn't seem to be able to conduct himself like what Picasso was saying earlier. The guy's coming out on stage, he's slurring his speech, he's saying really absurd things and not being able to form a coherent sentence. And the other day, on one of our previous episodes, we talked about that debate a little bit. I was hesitant to quote Fetterman directly because of just how deformed his syntax and sentences were. It almost sounds cruel to quote him verbatim. And also, oh, I want to point out the first information out of Illinois has come in.
Yeah.
Kathy Savvy is currently in the lead for the Senate race over Duckworth, but that's not going to stay. Duckworth is
Yeah.
going to win.
Yeah, probably not. Massachusetts.
Yeah,
Oh, just a minute ago, Republican Jeff Deal. Is that how you pronounce it? Deal? I don't know, but he was in the lead just a minute ago for Massachusetts. But now Maura Healey, the Democrat, is winning. I will be very surprised if we get a back-to-back Republican governor in Massachusetts.
was that called?
No, Massachusetts? Hell no.
Okay,
It
yeah, I
just
was
came
going
in
to
the
say,
polls. The polls just came fucking in. All right.
right. I'm seeing that the first
Hey,
info is coming out of Massachusetts, and
good news
is
for you,
anyone
Marquis.
looking at Oklahoma?
Oklahoma blue governor is winning. I doubt that's gonna stick though. Uh, yeah, Senate
Stitt
still.
was the incumbent. I really like Kevin Stitt because he was trying to get the Oklahoma Guard to not have to take the vaccine for COVID if they didn't want to. And that caused this huge flap involving the Defense Department and the Biden administration. It eventually got struck down by some appeals court in some weird corner of Oklahoma. But Stitt was one of the only ones who really stood up to it really early on the federal government mandate, even if it didn't work in the end.
Well,
So I'm really pulling for him, but at this Joy Hoffmeister person is apparently up by 7 points over him right now. So that's kind of unfortunate. And down in Texas, we still got Beto O'Rourke in the lead, 16%, but no way that
oh shit.
stays.
Well, the
No
gap
way that
is
trend
slightly
holds.
closing. Darren Bailey is ahead by a little. Never mind. That just now fucking changed. Yep, that's what I expected. He was ahead by like 20
Yeah,
something votes. Yeah, I was not
I
expecting
saw
that
that
to stick.
too.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
really
Pritzker's gonna
think
win.
I really think that, excuse me for coming back to this, but we are really in a society now that is very problematic and Nazi-esque, World War II. And I have a direct quote from NBCnews.com, and it's about Fetterman. And it's a direct quote from a mayor in Pennsylvania. And he says, if you think black voters didn't turn out for Hillary Clinton because she called people super predators, but you think that a white guy pulling a shotgun on a black guy won't have an effect in the context of a post George Floyd, Ahmed Aubrey, excuse me for that, Breonna Taylor world, then you're living in a fantasy land. So we have a whole bunch of ruckus and riots in the streets about police brutality, about supposedly, right, like these white guys just going out and hunting minorities, right? This is what the left's narrative is. Well, they have somebody running that did that, okay? They pointed a shotgun at an unarmed black man. It's like the same thing that Joe Biden did on radio shows. He went out and said, he was like, look, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. This is the Democratic Party now. And it rings very Nazi esque when it comes to um, putting people in fear and telling people what to think. The Democratic Party became the if you don't vote for me, then you're racist party. And unfortunately, It could be as clear as day now. Um, and people are just not willing to wake up. People are just willing to be in a willful ignorance and frankly neurosis. That's that's why I think it's dangerous because I think platform like this now today, there's a reason why this exists now. It's because the media pushes these people and it's getting more and more obvious. Somebody needs to explain to me why Fetterman is so popular when
He's
we
not.
got streets being burnt down for things that he's done. This is making no sense and nobody's willing to look at it.
Well, again, he's not popular. Fetterman is not popular at all. It's dead ass just donkey dick riders and people that don't like Oz. People who still haven't gotten the idea that career politicians are not a good thing. People are like, oh well, Oz is, a television personality. I don't want to vote for him. Well, we've seen what happens when we elect career politicians.
Same basically with Joe Biden.
Yeah, pretty
People
much.
don't really support this man very much. He just has people who hold their nose, avert their eyes, and check the ballot, just so they can avoid what they believe is the worst evil. Of course, democracy has us right now always choosing the lesser of the two evils. I'd rather just vote for someone that's not evil in the first place, but that's just me. But I digress. But Biden's few actual supporters, though, are rather worrying. I was reading a article from earlier this year that was talking about a poll that was done earlier in the year where they were asking people of different party affiliations what should happen to people who don't get the COVID shot. And Democrats, sizable numbers of them, were saying that people who don't get the COVID shot should have their kids taken away. They should be subject to special federal and state taxes. They should go to
No.
prison. They should get kicked off social media. They, at one question, even asked if they should be put in some sort of special detainment facility, Reed concentration camp.
That's
And
scary.
right at the bottom of the page, it said that people who were self-identified as actual supporters of Joe Biden, they actually like the Biden regime, they actually like him as a president, they were much more likely than regular Democrats to support all the most draconian measures. If you're an actual Biden supporter and you like the president, you're more likely to be an actual authoritarian. And that's extremely disturbing that the United States has an outright left wing authoritarian movement. It's out in the open, it's naked, it's right there. You can see it, it's in the polls. People are measuring it, it's quantifiable,
Hey, I
and
hate
no
to
one's
cut you off.
talking about it.
I hate to cut you off, but we were right earlier, Marquis. Every single district for Indiana is now called for red except Indiana's first district, the district with Gary.
Glorious.
Yeah. This surprises me. Well, I guess it's not too surprising, but I wasn't expecting it to be this far away. Texas's 15th district, Monica De La Cruz leads by about 5,600 votes, the Republican.
Right.
This is good news.
It
Marquis, I
is.
think you brought up the one of the best points that will probably be all night, and what I think hopefully our viewers get is that open, authoritative type movement that's happening within America. People need to understand and wake up what's really going on. Because if America falls, or if America falls, then who's going to be free, right? Like the authoritative movement is huge in Europe. Just ask France and Germany or any of those countries. A lot of people had to flee because they were refusing the vaccine. So all this is based off of the vaccine. This is ridiculous. Like, what if they not come for unvaccinated people? Who's next?
The
I mean, really,
first,
what's next?
hate to cut you off, sorry. The first
No, you're
Democratic
good.
senator just got called for Vermont, Peter Welch. Although
No matter, they didn't flip it.
although Brian Kemp has now taken the lead in Georgia over Stacey Abrams. He's winning by about 30,000 votes now. Uh,
Right. The polls always put
oh
Kemp
shit,
ahead of Abrams.
the gap is now tight as fuck in Texas for governor. Now Francis only leads by about 78,000 votes now. Greg Abbott
It's
is
just a few
quickly.
percent. It's going to tip.
What?
It's going to tip. It's going to turn
Oh,
within
yeah.
the next hour.
Oh, yeah, easily. Yeah.
Kansas is back in our control. Derek Schmidt is ahead.
He is.
Stitt is still behind in Oklahoma.
Ohio's governor
J.B.
got
Pritzker.
called.
Oh, oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Wait. Tennessee's governor got called, Bill Lee. Alabama,
Shit.
Kay Ives won, Republicans.
They don't even have any of the votes counted, but they just called it for Alabama.
Phil Scott, and we already said Sununu.
Phil
We've
Scott.
apparently,
Phil Scott. That's not surprising. Phil
wait,
Scott's really popular. I'm not a big Phil Scott fan though. I'm not.
I know more about Sununu than I do about Scott. Not gonna lie.
I try not to even pay too much attention to New England. Although, speak of the devil,
Right.
Paul LePage in Maine, he's winning by about 1,000 votes.
That's good. I'm looking over at Michigan right now. We have the Wicked Witch of the Midwest. Gretchen Whitmer is up by,
About
yeah, a
60.
little bit more than 50,000 votes. I, for those who have been listening to Tusk for a few episodes, yeah, I have a special loathing for Gretchen Whitmer.
He
She
does.
enforced the most draconian lockdown in the country during the COVID lockdown period. That whole flap in 2020. She turned that country into a petty tyranny, not that country, that state. And it really burns me up to see her dumbass reelected. That sucks.
Man, Fetterman does have a lead of about 250,000. That does worry me.
It's only 8% in. We might be able to catch up there.
I do not. The gap is still pretty fucking close, but Francis has been leading this entire time, and 26% of expected voters are counted. There's a
Did we
gap.
say that the Alabama Senate election has been called? Katie Britt has won.
Yeah, I did not see that earlier, but it
It
has been
has been
called.
called.
Valentine, the Democratic senator candidate for Missouri, is in the lead by about 1,500 votes.
Oh, I see that.
500 votes
Tammy,
between Mark Holland and Jerry Morin in Kansas.
while we're in the area, Tammy Duckworth is up by 40K in Illinois. Kathy Savvy was never going to defeat her. Or the polls have been bearing that out for a long time, but one can only dream. I've sent a few negative letters as a constituent to Tammy Duckworth's office saying basically, please don't disarm the state. Please stop voting for gun control and trampling our Second Amendment liberties. Her staff was
Good
not
for you.
amused. So, yeah, write your congressman. I literally did that. She was not amused.
On betting odds, Abbott still is expected to win with a 95.5% chance. However, Francis is still ahead by about 60,000 votes. I imagine a lot of the polls get counted first in the big cities, though. I imagine that plays a role, doesn't it?
I believe so. But
Yeah.
of course, there was that flap last election cycle in Wisconsin where Milwaukee and them were taking forever to report. Remember that?
Yeah, they were. That was probably them like, fuck, 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 quit. Write a bunch down. Write a bunch down. I'm playing. Sort of. And it's important,
Warnock is still ahead in Georgia.
as is Brian Kemp. by about 40,000 votes.
Right. I'm switching over to the House. Ugh. Seeing a lot of things are being called, but we're not flipping too many seats yet. Like Texas is 13th, 19th, Oklahoma's third and second. Uh, Florida's first, Matt Gaetz. All these are Republican victories.
Hmm.
Wait, Texas is first,
Yeah, Texas is
Nathaniel
first.
Moran. He
Yeah.
won.
Yep. Holy
And
shit.
Jim Jordan just won in Ohio.
Really?
So that's good. I like Jim Jordan. I was at a conference with him under the auspices of Young Americans for Freedom a little while back, and he was a keynote speaker. I like talking to him. He's a solid guy, and some of those real urban Texas districts have been called. I'm seeing the 30th and the 33rd.
Yeah. 32nd
Democrats, obviously.
was called for Colin Allred. Quite an ironic name. That makes
Right.
that makes me laugh though. Texas first district, 80% went to Nathaniel Moran. Um, Texas
So
15th district, Monica De La Cruz is ahead by about 11,000 votes.
Right.
so this is coming from the Morning Consultant right now. Just to give kind of an edge or reason why people are voting the way that they are. Uh, Polls are showing that Republicans statistically are, and I quote, extremely or very enthusiastic about voting on these midterms, and that's 64% of them.
Hmm.
Um, so, and another thing that's big, I don't think it's any surprise, but I think it's important to bring up, especially when we're talking about funding the police and things like that. According to the Morning Consultant, crime is second only to the economy, and we know how bad the economy is going. So,
I'm sorry.
51.
I promise I will let you finish. I just had to get this out. Greg Abbott just took the lead by 20,000 votes. I'm sorry. Continue.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. So according to the Morning Consultant, it says roughly 3 in 5 voters rate crime as very important. So it's still on people's minds when they come for midterm voting, but higher than 51% who said the same of abortion, which is interesting, and 50 who are focused on immigration. So you could see that there's kind of a split there for those things. But what trumps all of those things is the economy.
Hmm.
Everybody's agreeing on the economy and is, as I quote, a top priority for these midterms.
Yeah.
Right. I was reading something earlier today that said more people are rating inflation and the economy as the main cause of them voting, like their primary issue, since the early 80s when Reagan was cleaning up Jimmy Carter's mess. So
Really?
this really is a historic election with regards to it's the economy, stupid, Bill Clinton. So that old truism is holding true, basically. That
Yep.
crime. The only question is how abortion is going to figure into it. Polls I've seen up until this point are rating abortion as an issue that just doesn't have a lot of salience. It's not motivating people to go out to the polls. It's not even motivating that many young women to go out to the polls. The people who, in theory, would be maybe the most likely to be motivated by it. Nope, guess not.
Yeah. I mean, I
Yeah, it's
couldn't
one of
tell you
those
why.
things that's always been 50-50, right? Like that's what I'm getting. It's like you either believe in an abortion or you don't. And it's not like a lot of people are necessarily changing on their views for that. It's just kind of one of those things. And um personally, when I went to go vote today, there was nothing about any abortion laws that were within my state. Um it wasn't even a major thing on the ballot. So I thought that was very interesting, especially after the overturn of Roe v. Wade.
I know one state has it on the ballot. I don't know what it is, though. And there are some elections on the ballot in Arizona. They're basically going to determine if they're able to enforce a territorial era law that predates Arizona statehood, basically banning abortion. They have a more permissive, but still rather restrictive relative to the rest of the country abortion law that they some people are trying to enforce that instead, but the territorial law, if they're able to get a hardline district attorney, I think it is, or that something like that, that they are going to enforce it harder. I forget precisely what office that was, but abortion, yeah, it's an issue figuring into some of these elections, but I'm still not sure how much it's mobilizing actual voters, even if it is on the ballot.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you why it doesn't seem to be a huge issue even among millennial women. I was expecting that to be the one group that actually did have it as a top priority. But I don't know, I guess
Yeah.
they're just more concerned with the economy, and understandably so.
Well, I think we've talked about this at least on the earlier episode that I was on, and that was that as much as the people that believe and that are very strong for abortion, it's hard to tell, but if you really look at it, it's a very vocal minority. It's a very vocal minority. Just like how the LGBTQ movement, right? That is a very, very, very vocal minority.
Yeah.
So when it comes to people in everyday conversation, how often do those topics come up? People don't want to rub people the wrong way, and when stuff like that comes down to, we just kind of all agree to not talk about it, and it's a personal decision. So when it comes to legislation, I mean, it doesn't surprise me. It's not what is getting people to motivate them to get to the polls. But if you look at the maps here for governor results, like the Republicans are killing it. Like you guys have been hitting it all night. Of course, DeSantis already won in Florida. Ivy and freaking Alabama, South Carolina. We got McMaster at 58.4%. That's been called. Tennessee. We have Lee at 73% already looking good. And then Dwayne up in Ohio. So Republicans are looking very good on these government races. Scott in Vermont, and I think it's Sununu in New
Yeah,
Hampshire.
Yeah. New Hampshire and
we've all
Vermont have both been called.
I just want to
Yeah.
point out that all three House seats that have been flipped are concentrated in Florida. I just found them on the map.
Really? Well. Oh yeah,
Yes,
And who are they?
Aaron Bean, Florida's 4th district. Corey Mills in Florida's 7th district.
yeah.
And
Anna Paulina in the 13th.
yep.
If this pattern bears out, then we could expect a fair bit of House seats to flip because Florida, that's mostly in right now. In fact, is the whole state in?
Uh, is the
It
whole
looks like the
state?
whole state's in. Yeah,
Yeah, it
Because
looks like it. Yeah.
yeah. If other states bear out that pattern, just one state netted us a gain of 3 seats in the House.
Yeah.
If that
But
pattern repeats, this is going to be an interesting election.
yeah, the Republicans
Very.
are still leading the House 74 to 33. Which
Right.
of course, once we get in safe blue states like California, Oregon, Washington, Hawaii, Colorado, some more of the northeastern states, of course, the Democrats are going to get a shit ton of their House seats in. But considering that we've already flipped three, I think it's safe to say like there's virtually no chance of Democrats holding on to the House. In other words, though, or on the other hand, we look at the Senate, it's some of these swing states and even some that lean red, like Georgia. I mean, they could put up a fight for the Senate. In
Yeah,
Ohio,
Warnock is still in the lead, and 50% is in.
yeah, and
Yeah.
33% of Ohio is in, and Tim Ryan is leading by over 100,000, 150,000. Fetterman is still leading by, 220,000. But again, like it did the same thing for Texas governor race, and I think that there's still a good chance that JD Vance and maybe even Oz could win this once they start getting more votes in, but it definitely does look like the Democrats are still going to be putting up a fight.
It's not that race is just not adding up to me. What is the thing about Oz that people are just not willing to vote for? In a state that voted for Trump,
Well,
is this
Pennsylvania vote
isn't
well,
really adding up.
Pennsylvania voted for Trump in 2016. In 2020, they voted for Sniffy.
Hmm.
Yeah, it was always a real battleground for the Trump movement in Pennsylvania. And I just want to point out, as I said in the last time we talked about the Pennsylvania Senate race, both of them flipped on probably the biggest issue that's specific to Pennsylvania. You can't win in that state unless you support hydraulic fracturing because the Marcellus Shale is right there. And they are both on record as having opposed it, but now for this election, they magically are the biggest supporters of fracking ever. So politicians are going to politician. They're going to flip to get some political gain and all that. But yeah, I'm thinking people don't like Oz, probably because the reason I didn't like him initially. He is this TV doctor. He was on daytime television. It's not the best look. Even though he is like an entrepreneur, he is like a person who's self-made and all that. The way he made his money is like a turnoff to some people. It's been a turnoff to me, but when you've got Fetterman running against him, jeez, I'd
Well, you
vote for
bring up
Oz
a
in
good
that case.
point.
I
You
see
bring up a
you
good
in the
point.
chat, Juicebox. Raw.
Hell yeah.
What?
He's got the juice.
Oorah, Mr. Juicebox in the comments section.
Hoorah. Here we go.
Yep.
Yeah,
I need to
if you
actually
look at
pull this
Oz,
YouTube thing up.
Yeah, y'all go ahead and pull the live stream up on y'all's phones or whatever if y'all want.
Why didn't I do that?
yeah.
That's what I'm doing since I'm broke as fuck and I only have one monitor. Tim Ryan is in the head by a little under 150,000 votes.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Laura Kelly has taken the lead in Kansas by about 65,000 votes. Josh Shapiro maintains a solid lead by about 340,000 in Pennsylvania. John Boozman in the Senate has a lead of about 7,000. Warnock is in the lead by only about 50,000 votes in Georgia. Brian Kemp, he's
Juicebox is Pineda, by the way.
Pineda.
Oh, I
What's
love that guy.
up?
I love that guy.
I'm not sure we've met.
Eh,
Chris
we have a lot of
Jones.
friends.
Chris Jones has a lead of about 14,000 in Arkansas. I expect that to flip. If we take a look back at election betting odds, Abbott has a chance of winning by 97%. No bets on Arkansas. It's considered a safe win. Georgia, Republicans have a chance of 97.5%. Nevada has a chance of about 85.5%. And it is important to note we're obviously not going to have all the election results in tonight. It's going to be, well, we could have votes coming in for weeks. And watch it 3 days from now, they're going to come and say, hey, what do you know? 10 million votes just came in, and every single one of them was for Democrats.
So I
Better
want to
not.
talk about that, especially when it comes to Georgia. Okay, so I have written down here, the governor came out and said it's possible for there to be, get this, 1 month wait, a 1 month wait for all the votes to be in and for us to know a winner.
Oh, jeez.
Can you believe that? 1 month? In today's day and age, with the technology that we have, that doesn't make any sense.
By the way, Kevin Stitt is in the lead in Oklahoma. I'm really happy about this.
Yep.
Yeah,
He's got a
fuck you,
lead of
Hoffmeister.
about 14,000 votes. Abbott is still leading in Texas. He's leading by about 85,000 votes. Mark Tippett. I can't remember. Mark Tippett, isn't he a libertarian or is he an independent?
I do not know.
He is a libertarian. That's right. And I'm actually getting some of the more specifics right here of who's voting for who. Right now, there are 6, I believe I'm counting, 6 counties in Texas that have voted for Francis, and a shit ton, I'm not going to bother counting all that, who have voted for Abbott. So it seems like I can see shit. Even I can't remember the name of it, but Fort Worth's county voted for Abbott, which,
Republicans, uh, yeah, just to say something here, the Republicans just picked up another seat in the House,
oh shit,
so that makes 78 in total.
79.
So,
Wait, I'm
um,
seeing 79. They picked
Yeah,
up another one.
yeah.
okay, according to CNN.com, they just picked one up as of 3 seconds ago, and I got 78, and that's three of those being pickups.
We got the
Not for sure
same amount
why
of
it's saying
pickups.
78.
Yeah, it's looking like the majority of the counties in Texas that were going to vote for Francis have already voted for him. With the exception, like, they don't have all the fucking votes in for whichever county. I don't know the names of all the counties. Okay, sue me. Fuck off. El Paso's county, they don't have that one in. I'm sure that one's gonna go to Francis. Even Corpus Christi's county went to Abbott, so it's not looking good for Francis here. And Abbott is still in the lead by about uh, 95,000. My mistake.
Oh, I guess you won't be able to take the guns. Oh,
Oh no!
tragic.
Come and take it,
Oh,
bitch.
no. Give me a break.
Yeah. Let's see. They don't
That guy
have.
has a testosterone deficit, I swear to God.
What's funny is Abbott's in a fucking wheelchair, and I bet he could still kick his ass. All
I
right.
bet so.
When it comes to the Senate, the Republicans have 36 and the Democrats have 37. Tim Ryan is still in the lead by about 77,000 votes. Pennsylvania, like 200 and, yeah, 200 shit.
Pennsylvania hasn't moved in forever. These are the same numbers.
Yeah. Uh,
We're
fucking.
just waiting for a big dump of votes in the hinterlands of Pennsylvania. Once they start reporting, I'm not sure it's going to flip, but it's going to even up a bit. Pennsylvania's going right down to the wire.
Shit.
Pennsylvania is always going right down to the wire lately.
Check this. In Maryland, the Republican Chris Chaffee, is that how you fucking pronounce it? What's with all these names? He leads Chris Van Hollen, the Democrats' vote count, 13 to 12.
Amen.
Yeah, 0% of expected votes counted.
Yeah, right now I'm looking in the House map of Pennsylvania. That's actually reporting by congressional district. And yeah, there are big vote totals, like not totals, like percentages going for the Republicans in the back country as opposed to Democrats. So if that holds true for Oz, then we can definitely expect a big dump for him in the future. But a lot of those little areas around Philadelphia still haven't reported very much. So
Yeah. I'm looking at
I don't know.
Ohio's
Maybe
counties.
Oz is just going to totally flop.
Well, here's to hoping. Well,
Yep.
Mehmet Oz, yeah, he's gone up a bit, but Fetterman's also gone up a decent bit. But I'm looking at Ohio's counties for their Senate race, and yeah, I
Do you
mean
have a
it's about
county breakdown for their Senate race?
yeah, you can Google it. If you Google like Ohio Senate race, Texas governor race, Pennsylvania Senate race, it'll give you like the county by county breakdown. It's not on New York Post, but it's on like just the
Right.
Google. It's what it comes from the Associated Press.
Looking it up now, thanks.
Yeah.
How many viewers are we sending at now, Tusk?
Right now we have 4.
Hey, somebody's watching. I'm loving it.
Hell
Up,
yeah.
up, up.
Oh my God.
I had to.
As long as one person's watching it, I'm judging it as a success.
Hey, amen. I mean, oh shit, yeah. There is there are a lot of blank counties in Pennsylvania. I mean, it's only 10% of expected voters have been counted. Yeah, it's still anybody's. My bad. It's 9%. I was looking at governor. My fucking dumbass. Oz has gone up. He went up by about uh like 5 to 10,000 and Fetterman only went up by 2,000. Shit, just went up again. Oz just gained another 2,000.
Good start. We got a lot ahead of us, though, if we're going to catch up in Pennsylvania. But yeah, if no one was watching, Jerry Moran, senator from Kansas, is back in the lead over there. And John Bozeman in Arkansas is also ahead again. That's decent.
Yeah,
Missouri,
Sanders is now ahead in Arkansas.
what's that? Oh, governor's race. Right,
Yeah.
right, right.
Greg
I
Abbott.
didn't know she was running.
Who?
Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I didn't know she was running.
Yeah, she's the Republican for Arkansas. Greg Abbott is now
Yeah.
ahead by about 163,000 in Texas with 52% of the vote compared to Francis 47%. Um,
Um, the Republic.
gained
So
about
the
sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
Uh, the Republicans have gained about 3 seats in the House. We haven't flipped them, but yeah, it's
Yeah.
a red fucking ocean. I mean, you look around the Kentucky, Tennessee, the Appalachian area, fucking West Virginia is nothing but red. Kentucky has one blue district, and I think that's the district with Louisville.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm with Marquis here. I believe that Republicans in the House can get upwards of 230 seats.
yeah, definitely.
So,
Maybe as high as 240. I'm not thinking any higher, though.
yeah, I think that's about the range. You said 236 is what you predicted earlier, correct?
I don't quite recall, but bare minimum 230. I'll be very surprised if it's anything under that.
Welcome, new people. Welcome to the live stream. I believe we just gained about 3 viewers.
Hell
How
yeah.
y'all doing tonight? Type it in the chat. How are y'all doing tonight? What do you know? Illinois' 10th district, which contains Cook County, Brad Schneider called it. They called it. Beat him by about 30,000 votes.
No surprise.
Yeah.
I really want to see how Illinois, my home state's doing on the workers' rights amendment, but I'm not seeing that up for anywhere. It's a ballot proposition that's basically going to supercharge the unions and prevent Illinois from ever become a right to work state. But yeah, I'm expecting it to pass because Illinois is a shithole. But you never know.
Yeah. It's so funny why Illinois is so blue when Abraham Lincoln hails from Illinois.
Well,
Illinois used to be cool.
well, keep
What
in
what
mind
happened with
that was 150 years ago. What happened was Chicago happened. Chicago like had the big boom, which was many, many, many years ago. But then there was the whole like mid 20th century where the big cities started to turn blue, and it just went off from there. I mean, keep in mind, even like left wing Democrats, they love Abraham Lincoln. It's, I mean, Abraham Lincoln. Remember, the parties were very different back then. I don't believe in the whole party switch thing, but the political issues switched. So, I
Well,
mean,
Abraham Lincoln was the granddaddy of all government centralizers, so of course the Democrats love him. And wait, we're getting stuff. Arizona's ninth district, Paul Gozer won, Republican. Wisconsin's sixth
oh
district,
shit.
Glenn Groffman won.
Oh shit.
We're up to
85
86.
seats?
Well, New York Post is calling one more than what you're looking
Okay.
but yeah,
Let's
we're
see.
doing good in the House. We're doing good. I'm feeling good about it. First results out of Arizona, looking very solid. All I'm talking to a dude over Snap about Arizona, and yeah, it
Yeah.
looks pretty good.
Take a look at election betting odds. Republicans now have a 92% chance to win the House, which we know at this point is basically 100. The Senate, Republicans have a 64% chance to win. The governor's map, Arizona has a 75% chance of winning Republican. What do you know? DeSantis has a 99% chance. Abbott has a 97.5% chance. Obviously, Ohio is, which the only reason they have him at 99% is because the election's getting called on New York Post. Obviously, that's not 100%. But, and I'm sure this doesn't completely go off of New York Post, obviously. But New York Post obviously gets their fucking shit from other sources.
Nothing from the Arizona Senate race yet. I've been really watching that. Nothing so far.
Nothing from the
And
governors either.
yeah, we're just gonna say that nothing between Katie Hobbs and Carrie Lake.
Herschel Walker took the lead in Georgia. He is now leading by about 9,000 votes.
Thank God.
I'm not a big Herschel Walker fan, but I'm not a Warnock fan either. So,
Yeah.
Choosing
Well,
between the
the
lesser of the
abortion thing.
two evils again.
Valentine leads in Missouri by about 38,000 votes. But the Ohio Senate race has now tightened significantly. J.D. Vance is now down by less than 60,000 votes. And Mehmet Oz has gained quite a few too. He's gone up by about 39,000 votes. He has 143,000 compared to Fetterman's 404,000. And they just called the Senate for New York. Charles Schumer.
Of course.
No surprise there.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Wait, South Dakota Senate called for us. John Thune won. Kansas
Oh
Senate
shit.
called. Jerry Moran won.
Oh shit. There we go. And
Yo.
the Republicans are now tied with the Democrats for the fucking Senate. Let's see. Paul Gosar was definitely going to win. His
Go.
district is very red. The ones to look at are the governor and Senate races. Also, the top statewide offices like Secretary of State and Attorney General. That makes
That's what I was
sense.
trying to think of
Yeah.
earlier, the Attorney General. Why couldn't I think of that race earlier? I said
Yeah.
District Attorney.
I mean, the House is good to have. It really is. But uh, Peter definitely has a point. Peter in the chat. The Senate is probably the most important. I mean, if you are worried about your governor race, yeah, you definitely want to pay attention to that too. But if we're thinking about putting the fucking Biden regime in its place, we do need to pay a lot of attention to the Senate. That's what's really going to make a difference.
Yeah, Senate is very important. It's supposed to be like the older brother to the House. That's why their terms are so much longer than the House. They're supposed to be way more educated and personally I'm glad to be from Missouri and to have Josh Hawley. He's not up for re-election this year, but I'm so glad that we put him in the Senate and he's really driving home all the key issues that we we represent. So the Senate is pretty much the most important thing out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely did not want DeSantis to lose Florida and do not want Abbott to lose Texas. Although, shit, Texas, yeah, Abbott is in the lead by almost 200,000 and they have 35% of the votes, of the expected votes in. But,
We've got the first results coming out of Colorado, not to interrupt, but
yeah. No, you're good.
Heidi Gandol, Republican, governor's race in the lead.
Yep.
And Kim Reynolds is also in the lead in Iowa, another Republican.
Shit.
Nothing out of the Senate race from Colorado. But Grassley, as you'd expect, is in the lead in Ohio, Republican again.
How are we doing in Arizona?
In Arizona, we don't have anything yet, except the House, which, ninth District, Paul won that one. Again, isn't there a bunch of drama about voting machines and shit not working there? I didn't get a chance to read a whole lot of that story. But
Right. Peter Satimi going crazy in the comments, loving it. Keep the comments coming. Shout out Peter, love Peter. Awesome guy, went to high school with him. Picking up 2 House seats in Arizona, he thinks. God willing, I hope so. That might be able to balance off some of the House seats we're going to lose probably in Illinois. Illinois has been rated by 538 as one of the worst gerrymandered states in the country right now. They
I
recently
believe it.
redrew the maps and they completely wrecked Adam Kinzinger's district. He decided not to run again, thank God. He was a rhino anyway, warmonger. For what it matters, he hated Trump, but I'm not sure that really matters anymore. But Kinzinger's gone, and
Colorado.
the Republicans are like playing musical chairs to get back into power in Illinois. So maybe that's
Colorado
a little
just
bit of a
hit.
balancing out there.
Colorado just hit. Most of the districts are red, um, except I think Denver's district. Fucking damn it! I gotta zoom my shit. Oh no, they haven't had any come in as blue yet, but most of them are red.
To bring it back to Arizona, Peter says in the comments he predicts that there'll be at least one or maybe two House seats that Republicans will pick up in Arizona. Marquis, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I really hope that's correct. Peter is the resident Arizona expert, not me. Yeah, I defer to his opinion.
Okay, fair enough.
a couple
Like
of
like Marquis said earlier, Peter, keep the comments rolling in.
Love Peter.
as for the
Also,
voting, as
North
for
Dakota. Is anyone watching North Dakota Senate
uh,
race? We're finally getting results in, and Republican John Hoeven is in the lead.
he is ahead by about 5,500 votes. We have a few governors races coming in. Nebraska, the Democrat Carol Blood is winning by about 8,000 votes. Kansas, Laura Kelly has taken the lead now, by about 80-ish thousand votes. Colorado, Jared Polis, he's ahead by about 70,000 votes. Michigan, Whitmer is still in the lead by about 50,000 votes. New York, Hochul is in the lead by about 200,000 votes. That's no surprise. Shapiro is still in the head. It's fucking damn it. Still in the lead by about 300,000 votes.
Damn.
Yeah.
Got new stuff out of
But
Colorado.
JD,
Michael Bennett, Democratic senator candidate, is in the lead. That's the first we're hearing of this race. Still nothing out of the Wisconsin Senate race, governor's race. Uh, Not much for the House either.
Trudy Valentine still in the lead in Missouri. So Missouri leaning blue here, beating out Schmidt. So there's a 61% to 36. She's up by close to 40,000 votes.
JD Vance is tightening the race in Ohio. Uh, he's only down by about 12,000 votes now. I think that could flip very, very soon.
Wow.
Even Oz he's it's still about 250,000 votes away, but
Yeah.
he's closing it pretty quickly. I haven't seen Fetterman gain that many recently. He's still a bit under 500,000, and Mehmet Oz has gone up by almost 100,000.
Yeah,
So
he's chipping away at that 84% lead earlier that Fetterman has, now only standing at 67.
yeah, and still only 13% of expected voters have been counted. So wow, Maryland is very, very slow. Dan Cox, is that what I was looking at earlier? Okay, no, I'm looking at something different. In Maryland, the Republican Senate candidate is up 13 to 12,
No.
and the governor's race, the Republican Dan Cox is up 15 to 12. In both races, 0% of the voters have been counted.
What's with Chris Chaffee in Maryland? Only 25 votes have been counted.
That's what I was just saying.
Right.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And for the governor, only 27 have been counted.
Oh, geez. Probably some tiny hamlet.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Must have just opened then.
Well, it was like that about, I don't remember when I checked it, but it was, I don't know, under an hour ago, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah.
Jonathan Rangel. I voted red in Oregon. Fuck yeah, I heard that there was a chance that Oregon could be getting a red governor now, but according to election betting odds, the Democrats have a 77% chance of winning that. And it went up by almost 12% in the last day for the Democrats. But hey,
Yeah,
there's a
that's a
chance.
good source too. They tend to be pretty accurate.
Yeah. After all, I mean, that's where, as we've said about 1,000 times, right, Marquis, in the last couple of episodes, election betting odds is where people actually put their money on their predictions. So,
They got
Yes,
better track
exactly.
record than pollsters.
yeah. Damn.
It's like
The estimate for Republicans to Democrats went down from 29 to 21 to 28 to 22, which is what the current number of governors are right now. So, shit.
While we're kind of in a little bit of a lull, related, I heard that Donald Trump is teasing a big announcement on the 15th, I think.
Gee, I wonder what it
Yeah,
is.
yeah, I wonder too. There have
Hmm.
been big stories by like the New York Times and them since early this year saying that Trump is no longer considering running. The only question that he's considering is when he's going to announce it.
Yeah,
Before midterms or after midterms?
yeah,
I
no,
guess he waited until after midterms just in case he wouldn't be a millstone around the neck of the party. Uh, like in case that people viewed him so negatively that he dragged the party down with him. So now that midterms are going to pass and the new Congress is going to sit, yeah, all bets are off. Trump is going to announce he's going to run for president. And if you notice the other day, he's starting to fire shots at Ron DeSantis. He gave him a nickname. He called him Ron DeSanctimonious, which I don't know why he's saying that he's sanctimonious like that. It sounds like he's taking a hit at his Christian faith, which, yeah, I can't stand behind that a lot,
yeah,
especially not for an ex-New York liberal like Donald Trump. But
yeah,
that's just me. I'd rather have DeSantis than Trump purely because DeSantis has a lot less toxic baggage.
yeah.
But
In
yeah,
other
the
But
polls
he most
are
definitely picks up with it.
in
We
other
we've talked
words,
about that. The DeSantis takes the Trump playbook and he does the whole name calling as well.
yeah, but he
But
does it in a
going
more
back to when
charismatic fashion.
Trump was going to announce his presidency, it was rumored. I don't know if you guys remember back in late August, how everybody was talking about. Oh, the plan is Trump is going to announce his presidency in September, but things have changed since then. And I believe that was because. Okay, so if you look back on it, the FBI raid that was on August 8th. So people were talking about back in August, I guess it was the beginning of August, uh, how Trump was going to, announce his presidency in September. But I think the FBI raid kind of slowed that down. And I think as far as the strategy goes, like Marquis was saying earlier, it's way better to announce it after a big red wave victory in midterms. Um, to announce his presidency or his run for presidency.
speaking of red wave victories. Tim Michaels is leading in the governor's race in Wisconsin over Tony Evers. This is the first we've heard out of this race. So
And
this is big.
Ron Johnson is also winning the Wisconsin Senate race by about 700 votes, and J.D. Vance has taken the lead in Ohio. He leads by about 12,000 votes.
Oh, now we're talking. Now we just need to have Herschel Walker get over Warnock.
And
64% in, it could still happen.
Oz over Fetterman.
Yeah. Oz is up 3% since we looked at last. 33 to 64. 15% in. It's still really anybody's game in Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
Too early to call anything.
we just gotta hope that shit. I'm gonna go ahead and pull the map up now. I'm willing to bet that it's the Philadelphia area that's given Fetterman such a big fucking boost. Indeed, the entire eastern area, like the eastern edge of Pennsylvania, has voted blue. The Pittsburgh, hey, Erie voted for Oz, and there's still a shit ton of gray county. Like all these gray counties and shit, it is anyone's game.
Anyone's game. So Trump posted on his social media 5 hours ago, which is Truth Social, that he posted. I think you said something about there being some sort of drama with the polls down there, correct?
In Arizona, yeah, apparently there were a bunch of uh, issues with the voting machines in Maricopa County. I believe that's how you pronounce it, right? Maricopa. But Peter uh, says that the issue was fixed last he heard.
Okay, because this is a direct quote from Trump 5 hours ago. He says, "People of Arizona, don't get out of line until you cast your vote. They are trying to steal the election with bad machines and delay. Don't let it happen."
Hmm.
So take that however you need to take that. But I think it's a very interesting response, and I think it's something that we need to hit as far as when we come to talk about the stealing of elections and things.
Where did you get that
Because
quote from?
Truth Social,
Oh, Truth Social.
because
All right.
yeah,
We just
Donald
got
Trump's Twitter basically.
we just
Um,
got some Senate uh, results from Iowa. Michael Franken is in the lead over the incumbent Chuck Grassley. Only 7% of expected voters have been counted, though, but Michael Franken leads by about 25,000 votes.
so here's another quote that he has. He goes off for a while. Um, He says they are now saying that about 20% of the so called voting machines in Maricopa County are not counting the votes that they have been placed in the machine. Only Republican areas, wow. Kerry Lake, Blake Masters, and all others are being greatly harmed by this disaster. Can't let this happen again. I believe Attorney General Mark Brinovich in this case big time. He has a chance to be the biggest hero of them all and at the same time save our country from this cancer from within. So he's going off and talking about Arizona here, and he has another thread on here. In the same thread, same thing is happening with voter fraud as happened in 2020. Question mark, question mark, question mark.
They just called
Zigzag.
Colorado's governor, Jared Polis. That's not much of a surprise. I do not expect Colorado to get a Republican governor anytime soon.
It
Brian
was a
Kemp,
valiant effort.
yeah, I mean, he only won 59% to 38%, so do with that what you will. Brian Kemp is still in the lead for Georgia's governor over Stacey Abrams by 102,000 votes, give or take. 65% of the expected votes have been counted. Abbott is still in the lead by about 140,000 votes, 51% to 48%, 52% of expected voters have been counted. Josh Shapiro still has a firm lead in Pennsylvania over Mastriano. Ohio, J.D. Vance, same numbers. 45% of the votes have been counted, and Vance has still a 12,000 votes over Tim Ryan. And shit, the gap just keeps closing in Pennsylvania. Fetterman's 541,000 to Oz's 322,000. We'll see
I
how
want
that.
to point out
Yeah.
I want to point out that the first data of New Mexico is coming in. For the governor's race, Michelle Lujan Grisham is in the lead by a very significant amount.
Yeah.
Yeah,
32,000 votes. But only 8% of expected votes have been counted. Although I do not expect New Mexico to get a Republican governor either.
yeah, Grisham's definitely got this in the bag. And Evers is back on top in Wisconsin. That's the Democrat.
Son of a bitch. Only 1% of voters, and it's only a 3,400 vote lead.
For those
3,404
of you,
votes to be specific.
right, for those of you playing along at home, Wisconsin is a very competitive gubernatorial race. That's really anybody's game. And wait, which governorship did they pick up? The Democrats. It's showing that they Maura Healey won.
Yeah, Massachusetts. Not a surprise.
Flip.
Yeah,
Flipped it.
it's a flip, but that's because fucking what's his face, Charlie something. It was the last Charlie Baker. That was it. Charlie Baker, the Republican governor of Massachusetts. He's a pretty liberal Republican. He was really popular though, which a Republican in Massachusetts, you don't come across that very often.
It's
That's
Six,
in
just like
Yankee land.
yeah. Not to mention Massachusetts is arguably, well, not even really arguably, is the bluest state in the nation. Uh, 66% of expected votes have been counted in Georgia, and Brian Kemp still leads by over 100,000 votes.
Wow.
hmm And Sanders is still on top in Arkansas over Chris Jones by about 14,000 votes. Abbott still holds a pretty good lead over Francis, about 150,000 votes with 52% votes counted. Missouri, Eric Schmidt is back on top by about 5,000 votes over Valentine.
It's going to be a close race. It's been going back and forth.
It could be, but only 9% of votes. And come on, man. I mean, you live in Missouri, right? Tell me how fucking red it is if you stay outside of
I
St.
mean,
Louis.
yeah, I mean, you got a point. I mean, the only places that vote blue are Kansas City and St. Louis.
hmm
The way the Missouri set up with all their counties, I mean, it's really red, except for when Biden was up for um, the presidency, there were some rural counties that actually went to Biden that shocked me. Um, but yeah, as far as I live right on the border, Kansas and Missouri are go to. They're always red.
Yep.
It's
Except
just they're kind of going back and forth, which is kind of interesting.
the door asks, how long are they talking? As long as we fucking want to.
until we figure out heads or tails of this race.
That's true. We will not shut up until Oz takes the lead. Which, holy shit. The gap just keeps shrinking. Hell yeah. This does surprise me. Carol Blood is still leading in Nebraska, and they have a quarter of the polls, or a quarter of the votes counted. And she leads by 19,000 votes.
Is
Any
that
predict
election up for grabs? I'm not seeing anyone as the incumbent.
Peter asks, any predictions on Kansas governor's race? I mean, if I had to pick, I would say that Kelly would probably win this one. I mean, Schmidt definitely has a fucking chance. But Kelly, I mean, she's the incumbent simply because of that. And I mean, most of the polls and the predictions do predict that she's going to win. So if I had to pick, I would pick Kelly, keeps her seat. But Schmidt definitely has a chance.
Republicans aren't doing as good with governors as I figured we'd be doing. Like, I really thought Tim Michaels would be able to take on Tony Evers in Wisconsin, but
I mean,
again, it's an early game. But yeah, Evers still on top. We got the Iowa governor's race. Deidre DeGear, hard name to pronounce, Democrat in the lead. Nebraska, Carol Blood, Democrat in the lead. Kansas, Laura Kelly, Democrat in the lead. And I'm not even going to touch JB Pimpster in Illinois and the Wicked Witch of the Midwest, Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan. Not even going to talk about that.
that's a close race, though. Only 12% of expected votes, and she's ahead by just under 40,000 votes. So I definitely think that Dixon could come back and take this. Oh, I feel
I hope
stupid.
he can.
The door says the door asked how long are they talking, and he said referring to the delayed vote count in Oregon. I have no fucking clue. I really don't know. I don't know what all they got going on up there, but I mean, knowing that they're probably stoned out of their fucking minds, it'll probably be a couple days before they finish up with those votes. So, I don't know.
Jonathan Ragnell is our resident Oregon and that whole region. He's just our expert on that. We're too Midwestern for this.
Yeah, that's true. Ask Jonathan, what all do they got going on up there?
Answers. We need
Well,
answers.
well, Jonathan says I just read an article which may or may not be accurate. Supposedly, Oregon's results may take longer than expected. Then Dor says, "How long were you talking?" Then Peter says something, and then Dor says, "Revert to the delayed vote count in Oregon." So
Right.
he's talking about the article Jonathan read.
Hey, at least Abbott is still ahead in Texas.
Yes, he is. Holy shit. Yeah, he keeps gaining ground. Now he's ahead by over 200,000.
Anyone looked at Oklahoma lately? Stitt is wiping the floor with Hoffmeister,
Oh sh
16%.
oh shit, he is. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'm so
Jinx.
wait. I don't buy that Iowa's gonna elect a Democrat governor. I don't.
Hmm. I don't know. Bernie Sanders had a whole bunch of Democratic support. Iowa's kind of weird. Like it's kind of been leaning blue slightly. Like they've been gaining a lot of ground, and I don't know the reason why.
Yeah,
Whether
but you gotta remember, a lot of people voted for Bernie, or voted. A lot of people supported Bernie because he's not a member of the swamp and free shit. People want free shit. I don't know.
yeah,
That's just my default stance. I don't think.
no,
I mean,
it's true,
it could happen, but I don't
but it.
expect it to.
I mean, it's enough. That might
Oh,
be enough to get somebody to switch parties. Honestly,
Mm,
because
let's hope not.
people don't do their research and.
Yeah.
we just lost another governorship. Maryland was won by Wes Moore, Democrat. Sorry to interrupt.
That was a
Makes,
big jump. That went from
yeah,
15
that
to
sucks.
12 to 329,000 to 109,000.
Yeah, it
I
even
guess
That
says
sucks.
flip.
they were like, fuck it, just snort a line of coke and let's get these votes out of the way. I want to go back to watching my Ravens. Shit,
Democrats just
that was a
picked up
flip
another
though.
House seat someplace.
Yeah, I ain't worried about it. Yeah,
House is 65 to 113 for those of you keeping score.
yeah. And the
Probably just us.
Senate is neck and neck, 39 to 39. Governors, 15 to 10. The Democrats gained 2 states. Republicans lost 2 states because of Massachusetts and Maryland, of course.
I just found out that you can break down the map on the New York Post website, so it just shows congressional districts in like a really like cool just block format and not
Yeah.
how they actually are represented. This is so helpful. I love it.
Oh yeah, I see that too. Yeah. Yeah, that does help a lot. Damn.
Yeah. Check out Wisconsin. It's all red except for that stupid 11th district.
Oh yeah, fuck that shit. Is that the Milwaukee district?
Who
Yeah, I think
knows?
so. I think so.
I'm Yes, it is. I had to switch to the other mode, but yeah, Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Of course, Milwaukee.
I've been to Milwaukee. Good deli, good cheese. Nothing else.
I kind of like the town, but it's just dangerous these days. I have friends up there. They tell me it's getting real dangerous and just not a place you want to live sometimes.
Yeah,
It's all
I
that
would never.
brewing.
I mean,
It's all that alcohol.
I've been all over the U.S. Although Maryland is actually the farthest north I've been. I've never been like to New England or New York or anything. I've been to D.C. and Maryland. I've been to Chicago, Milwaukee. Hold on, I'm getting a text. I just got a text from somebody saying that she thinks they just called it for Abbott, but I'm not seeing that on here.
Uh, Let me see. The Post didn't call it, but geez. Wait, no, I misread that. Abbott's still up about as much as he was before. Never mind.
Yeah,
Hmm.
this is just a text I got from somebody.
First information on Minnesota gubernatorial race. Republican Scott Jensen in the lead.
That's weird. I would
Makes
not
sense.
expect a Democrat to be in the lead for Wisconsin and a Republican to be in the lead for Minnesota.
Right.
Fox News called it for Abbott. Yeah. I really hope that after this, if Abbott wins this one, which I really think he will, Beto will have lost for president, for governor, and senate. Like,
Don't make it talk about it, Francis.
please, please, just fucking, will he just go away? It's like, Democrats want Trump to just go away because he scares them. Republicans want Beto to go in just because he's annoying. Just go the fuck away, Francis. You're not taking shit.
He's embarrassing himself. He's out here making cringy TikToks dancing around like a teenage girl.
You couldn't take a high school girl's you couldn't take your high school girlfriend's virginity. You really think that you're going to take away their guns? Kevin Stitt, they just called him for Oklahoma.
Oh, hell yeah. I love Kevin Stitt. He's very based, as they say. Yeah, I guess standing up against the COVID mandates pays. One more term. Also, I'm just seeing the first stuff out of the Wyoming gubernatorial race. Mark Gordon, Republican, incumbent in the lead.
Yeah, it's not going to be close. Wyoming is not going to elect a Democrat governor.
Yeah, there really is no way.
I honestly do not think. I think that Trump will be back in office before we get any results from Nevada.
I'm not looking forward to the circular firing squad that's going to become the Republican primaries like in 6 months. Trump
Yeah,
and DeSantis are going to have it out, and it's going to create like this crazy no man's land.
yeah.
It's just going to suck.
Well, Charlie Crist, all I have to say to you is this is what happens when you tell everybody that you want to win over that you don't want them. Like that's what happens. He straight up said, if you're gonna vote for DeSantis, you have hate in your heart. We don't want you yet, and you just got your asshole handed to you on a silver platter with three different sized spoons and a nice little napkin. Sanders is ahead by about 21,000 votes. In Arkansas, let's check. J.D. Vance holds about a 30,000 vote lead. Fetterman is still in the lead by about 200,000 votes. Man, I'm not too sure about this one. The Democrats have regained their lead in the Senate, 40 to 39. I think that'll change soon. So, with Iowa, I've got a feeling, yeah, the Wisconsin Senate race is still pretty close. It's still anyone's game in Georgia. Walker is down by about 40,000 votes.
Hey, we're getting stuff out of Louisiana for the Senate race.
Really?
Republican John Kennedy is up in there by a lot.
Fuck
No
yeah.
surprises. North Carolina, we're gonna win. Republicans,
We flipped
decent.
another seat in the House.
Oh shit, where?
Not in Florida this time. In Georgia. In Georgia's
Yes,
6th district with Rich McCormick.
taking the House is going to be a slog. We might be at this for a while.
Yeah, but we've got to hope and pray for the Senate. We need some flips.
We absolutely do. Like you said, there are still a lot of races where it's anybody's game. Wisconsin, maybe. Iowa. Oz is still creeping up. It's a 14-point difference, but it's a lot less than it was.
Oh yeah, it
As
was like
Oz gained 20%.
mhm.
Warnock just barely in the lead.
Yeah, by about 30,000, a little less. It's a 0.9% difference.
I see Jonathan Ragnall in the comments is saying, I live here in Southern Oregon. I'm yet to meet anybody to vote yes for any measures like that. I assume he's talking about a ballot proposition, but I really am not educated enough on what they're proposing out there.
Yeah, I don't know about much of what's going on up there in Oregon.
To be honest, I usually write that corner of the country off the whole
Yeah,
western seaboard as rather lost.
yeah.
The blue wall that's very difficult to crack, except for some parts of California and the House of Representatives.
Abbott is now leading by almost 300,000 votes. With
Yeah, the
50.
New York Post is going to call that anytime.
Yep. Kemp is also ahead by about 240,000 votes. John Kennedy is ahead by over 100,000 votes. Or no, just barely under 100,000 votes.
Where's he running again?
Louisiana.
Right. Senate.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Warnock is ahead by about 25,000 votes.
A disproportionate amount of our listeners are from Illinois, so for all you guys' benefits, mine included, J.B. Pritzker is still ahead by about 180,000 votes. Yeah, Bailey isn't going to win this. He got
Yeah.
my vote, but alas, it's not enough.
Yeah. Hochul is ahead by over 400,000 votes. Not expecting Lee to win this one.
No. I'm going to dance a jig if Gretchen Whitmer gets defeated.
Yeah, she's ahead by about 40,000 votes, but it's still very early into the race up there.
I am not expecting her to get defeated at all. but if by some miracle she is defeated, I will actually dance a jig.
Who, Whitmer? You don't expect her to lose at all?
I mean, I don't expect her to win. Did
Oh,
I mess up?
you said you don't expect Whitmer to be defeated.
Oops. Exact opposite. I don't expect her to win. I can't talk. I
What's
expect her to win.
you expect Whitmer to win?
Whitmer is going to win. Don't like it. Hope she loses.
Right.
I've been doing this all day, man. Even before we started live streaming, I've been not all day, obviously, but been keeping
No
up
beer.
on elections. It drains a dude.
Mandela Barnes in the Wisconsin Senate race. She is ahead by about 47,000 votes. I will be pretty upset if Wisconsin goes Democrat for both Senate and governor. But Scott Jensen is still in the lead in Minnesota, which is pretty fucking surprising.
Not gonna last. I really don't think that's gonna last. It's a deep blue state.
Yeah, only 1% of expected votes have been counted. The House just went up, mostly because of Louisiana and other parts of the Deep South in Alabama, Mississippi.
Right. Big incumbency advantage in the House, we're seeing.
Hmm.
Massive. Like 200 seats have been called already, and yeah, four have changed.
Yeah, all for Republicans.
Yeah, Republicans are going to need to pick up a little bit more. We're going a
Yeah.
little bit more. I'm not sure if anybody's watching the House race in Texas's 34th, but Myra Flores, an up and coming Republican star, is really in a fight for her life down there.
Yeah, 58%.
43% Flores, 53% Vicente Gonzalez, with 58% in.
It's saying they're both incumbent.
Well, that's not correct. Flores is the incumbent.
Really?
Yes,
And she's our
as
damn.
I like Flores.
Well, Monica de la Cruz is still in the lead for Texas 15th district. So I'm not sure who the incumbent is there. I don't know if it's a Democrat or a Republican district. But yeah, it does surprise me that an incumbent Republican in Texas is about to be defeated, even if it's in the southern Texas area. New Mexico, its first district is red so far, and the rest of them are blue. Can't say I'm too surprised. Colorado's
Right.
4th district has been called for the Republicans, and its 2nd district has been called for the Democrats. Yeah. Missouri is almost entirely red, if not entirely red.
And they just have
Yeah,
the first district.
its 5th district is blue, its 1st district is blue. Thanks, St. Louis. Michigan has a lot of, well, I mean, it's almost entirely red, except the Detroit area.
And yet Michigan is still going to become a communist shithole because the Wicked Witch of the Midwest is going to win.
Yeah, she's ahead by 33,000.
So close yet so far. Jeez.
Well, it looks like J.D. Vance is going to win this. 61% of expected votes have been counted in Ohio, and he has a lead of almost 200,000. He has about a 7-ish% lead. And as of right now, Fetterman only has an 11% lead. Less, actually, 10.9. So, Oz could very easily be coming back.
Hopefully. It's still anybody's race there.
Jonathan Rangel asks, do you believe in the party switch? I personally don't. I do not either. I mean, it's no secret that the Republicans were the more progressive party in the early 20th century and late 19th century. However, it's not like the Democrats and the Republicans completely switched. Because last I checked, Republicans in the 80s and 90s were not advocating for slavery like the Dixiecrats were in the early 20th century. I believe that the issues simply changed, and over time, I mean, shit changed up, you know. Teddy Roosevelt, yeah, he would probably be considered a Democrat by today's standards, and JFK would likely be considered a Republican by today's standards, but that's not because the Republicans were suddenly like, you know what, fuck it, we want slavery, and, that was the primary issue in the 19th century was slavery. Republicans started as the anti-slavery movement, and the Democrats were the ones that wanted to keep it, at least in the South, and the Dixiecrats. And, that just wasn't an issue by the early 20th century. And, the primary reason why I think so many people say that Republicans are racist and shit is because of the LBJ era. The LBJ and JFK, they were the ones that were starting to push for the Civil Rights Act and shit. And then the Republicans, there were a lot of Republicans that opposed them and some that opposed the Civil Rights Act altogether. But now that's not an issue. Nobody is, or at least nobody worth mentioning, nobody with a chance of actually gaining any power is advocating for or against that. Nobody
I think
likes slavery.
think you can go back even further, and it really goes back to FDR, and the Great Depression. I know Marquis knows about this, and that's when, because black voters have and were before the Great Depression historically red. They always voted Republican because of Lincoln.
Yeah.
But with the New Deals and FDR that came out, they basically were like, okay, this is what's going to help black people. And after the Great Depression, black people, and ever since the Great Depression, have the black vote has been consistently blue. And of course, like Tusk mentioned earlier, it has a lot to do with the LPJ movement as well and the war on poverty.
Yeah. I mean, I can see the FDR having a big impact on it. I have bad news about the Senate boys. It seems like, well, it's tied again, 40 to 40. But according to election betting odds, the Republican chances of taking the Senate have tanked from 79% to 53%. 58.5 it actually says right now. Those are not good odds, not compared to what the Republicans have been having. In other
Right.
news, though, in Texas, Greg Abbott now leads by about 360,000 votes. So it's looking very, very good for Mr. Abbott. There's a lot of fucking blue for governors, though.
Tim Walz pulled ahead in Minnesota over Scott Jensen. Democrats are now in the lead in the following gubernatorial races:
Yeah.
Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, New York, Maine, Connecticut.
Yeah.
Yeah, Democrats are in the lead in all those gubernatorial races.
Yeah, I'm not expecting any more Northeastern Republican governors. However, I do think that there will be a comeback in the Midwest. at least for Wisconsin, Iowa, Nebraska, and maybe Kansas. I'm not sure about that one though.
I'm surprised by Wisconsin. Not surprised by Illinois or Michigan or Minnesota, though.
Well, Whitmer is still only in the lead by 32,000 votes, and it's a 14% called so far. So
Are there any polls closing in 5 minutes? We're approaching the top of the hour again.
I'm sure there are. Maybe it'll come in for. I mean, probably this is probably about when. Oh, they called Louisiana's Senate race. John Kennedy. Republicans now lead in the Senate, 41 to 40. I'm sure the Mountain Time is when a bunch of polls are going to close for Mountain Time. So Arizona, Utah, Idaho. So they'll probably start opening in Montana as well because it's about to be 2000 for Mountain Time. So it's probably going to open a bunch right there. JD Vance still in the lead. Good shit. The gap keeps closing for Fetterman and Oz. Fetterman has 1,055,000 votes. Oz has 836,000.
Oh, shit. Fox News is calling Illinois for Tammy Duckworth in the Senate.
All right, good. Just rip the Band-Aid off.
Yep. But wait. Did they call the Senate in Kansas?
They
Gary
did.
Moran?
They did.
Yes.
All right,
I just
and
saw that.
Eric Schmidt is
And-
back in the lead for the Senate in Missouri.
Yep.
Which we do need to remember, like we said earlier, the Senate is more important than governors. Unless, I mean, unless you're really concerned about your governor.
My state's screwed either way.
Yeah. Why don't you get the hell out of there? I'm sure you've
I
already
need to.
explained why. But Peter says
Yeah, I'm
Arizona
fantasized
polls.
about it every day.
Peter says Arizona polls closed at 7. Results are expected to start dropping at 8. I take it that's for y'all's time, Mountain Time Zone. So, yeah,
Western.
results should start dropping in about 3 minutes. Let's go, Miss Lake.
Hmm. J.D. Vance still in the lead in Ohio. Looking at Senate races. Like
He's
we
leading
were
by
saying
almost 2.
earlier, Eric Schmidt still in the lead in Missouri, Republican. Herschel Walker
Oh, shit.
is beating Warnock.
Yeah, by 0.1%. He's leading by less than 3,000 votes.
76% in. All Walker needs to do is just hold this lead. If he can hold it, ooh, now we're talking.
Even if it's
That's when
an.
we talked about like the abortion, right? The abortion issue. That's not what's getting people to vote. He's one of the people that was so anti-abortion. Come to find out,
Well,
he's paid for a couple. It's not looking like it's hurting him.
yeah, it kind of should, though. I would probably be a lot more for Herschel Walker, especially since he helped the Dallas Cowboys so much by accident. And Warnock just took the lead again by 6,000 votes. But
Oh, there really is no way.
yeah, but anyway, Herschel Walker, the problem that I have with him, it's not because of his stance on abortion, it's because the hypocrisy, whether you're for or against abortion, if you are if you're pro-life and it turns out that you have paid somebody to have a few abortions, again, doesn't matter what your stance is, that is not a good look.
I'd probably end up voting for a libertarian in that race.
Yeah, probably.
I wouldn't be able to stomach Herschel Walker, but geez, rather have Walker than Warnock.
Yeah, yeah, me too. I mean, again, it's a whole career politician thing, and yeah, wait, is Warnock a career politician?
I don't know, but Peter Satimi from Arizona is saying Carizona 2020, like Kerry Lake.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Jonathan Rengel says, I'm considering a move to Arkansas sometime in the next year or so. I know Arkansas gets a lot of shit for being one of those like armpit states, like the old deep south. I like Arkansas. I've spent a lot of time over there, and I really like it. Fetterman's lead is still shrinking, slowly but surely. Yeah, I mean, Warnock only leads by about 3,000 votes. It's still anyone's race.
I want to point out that Tusk has gained 6 subscribers since this morning. Doesn't sound like a lot, but
Oh shit. How'd
when
I
you're
get
just
that?
starting out a YouTube channel and you're bigger off on other platforms, that's something. I'm
Hell
loving
yeah.
it.
I appreciate you guys. I appreciate both Mr. Picasso and Marquis for helping me out on this channel, and of course, everybody that has tuned in to listen to our rambling every week. Appreciate y'all very much.
Likewise. If no one was looking, Wyoming Republican gubernatorial candidate Mark Gordon is back in the lead.
Back in the lead. I didn't know we lost it.
Uh, for a while he was
Hmm.
like not in the lead. Jim Pillen, Nebraska, yeah, Republican back in the lead.
Okay. Yeah. That sounds more like it.
Kansas, Laura Kelly, governor candidate, Democrat in the lead.
Yeah.
Kemp, Georgia, still in the lead.
Yeah, I think they could go ahead and call that one. I don't expect Abrams to win that by any means.
Yeah, the polls were all against her this whole time.
Yeah.
She's not going to win.
Yeah,
It's just not going to happen.
it was never even close. I think Warnock and Walker is going to be the closest race. Maybe. Oh shit. The lead just keeps dropping. It's slow, but it's consistent. The lead between Fetterman and Oz keeps dropping. Now it's, I mean, for the majority of this race, it's been a 200 to 300,000 vote lead. But now it's down to 147,000 votes.
7 point difference. It's a lot bigger than smaller. I mean, than it was.
Yeah.
Really
Less than 7,
something.
actually.
Yeah. Betting odds for the Senate GOP control are kind of tanking, standing at 59.6%, I think. 59.3%. Yeah. That's not so good.
No, it's
Going
not.
to look at the betting odds for the
I think
House.
that's higher than it was just a few minutes ago, though. A few minutes ago,
For
it
the
was at,
Senate.
yeah, a few minutes ago, it was at about 58%, I believe.
Right.
I mean, if you look at like the Missouri election and with Oz gaining ground and it's sort of flipping back and forth between Herschel and Raphael, like you can see how it would go up just a little bit for Republicans.
Right. We might be kind of wasting our breath on the Midwestern gubernatorial races because on bettingodds.com, Iowa, no bets. South Dakota, no bets. Nebraska, no bets. all of those are considered safe Republican, and literally no one is betting on them.
Yeah.
So I think we can say that, yeah, that's really going to swing back in our direction for the ones that are kind of slipping out. 76.2% of a Democrat governor, though. That's
Mm,
kind of unfortunate in Kansas.
yeah.
Kind of weird that Kansas has a Democrat governor.
It is weird. I mean, it could be like I don't know much about Laura Kelly at all. I don't. I'll have to admit that. But I have a feeling it might be kind of like Charlie Baker in Massachusetts and the Republican governors in Vermont and New Hampshire. Like she could be a pretty conservative Democrat. But Kansas is pretty libertarian, even in the sense that we're not. Like the abortion ruling that they had over there, where they were trying to make it a constitution to make abortion illegal or some shit, and that got overwhelmingly shut down. Yeah, I mean, Kansas, in that sense, it's pretty socially libertarian, which leads a lot of people to vote for sort of centrist Democrats, which, and by the way, before any liberals call us out on this shit, I am fully aware that Democrats are not inherently left wing. If you look at nation on international political spectrum, but we're talking about American politics here. In the American political scheme, Democrats lean left by default.
Does anyone know if new polls dropped
Yes,
like
Arizona.
at the top of the hour?
In Arizona, Blake Masters is ahead of Mark Kelly by 23,000 votes.
Oh shit, Kerry Lake is ahead too.
Oh shit, did the governors drop too? Fuck
It
yeah.
did. Oh, now we're talking. Peter's right. Arizona.
Amen. Hey, I'll be right back, everybody. Just gotta get a few minutes. Marquis,
Very well, very well.
Picasso, hold down the fort.
Picasso, are you there? All right, I guess it's just me. So, yeah, one of the things that I was really thinking about the past couple days and was that report that dropped from The Intercept on Halloween that basically shows that uh, the government is launching this concerted censorship campaign against the internet, and they're working with the big social media firms to do it. They're working with Twitter, they're working with Meta, Facebook, and Instagram, and all that. Apparently, they're having bi-weekly meetings about how to censor stuff, and Facebook even has specific portal for federal agents to go in and request for specific stuff to get taken down. Some emails exchanges between Twitter employees and DHS personnel got leaked to The Intercept some time ago. And basically, you got federal agents here, and they're exchanging emails with these employees at a social media firm saying stuff like, we just found this person, this random dude with 58 followers, clearly like a satire account or something. You should censor this guy. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah, there's no wink, wink, and nudge, nudge with big government. You do what big government does if there's innuendo. And yeah, that's what this is. It's pure innuendo of government saying, you should do this, you should censor this person. And yeah, Twitter does it. They just say, on it, boss. We'll go ahead and censor this right away. Hey,
Well, yeah, I'm back. Fortunately I was in the restroom, so I missed a whole bunch. But yeah, I think you bring up a great point, Marquis. And actually, there's uh, Republicans that are running on keeping big tech in check. I don't know if you've been hearing. that phrase a lot, but keeping big tech in check. And it's to make sure that those companies like Meta don't censor like they've been censoring. So that's kind of interesting to see.
I'm totally behind this movement. I love it.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh yeah, I'm back. What I miss?
Talking about social
big tech.
media censorship,
What?
and federal government is facilitating it and making it a lot worse. And essentially, the censorship is at the behest of the federal government.
What about censorship and federal government?
The feds are basically saying to the social media companies, censor this guy, take this down. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Do what
Guys,
we say.
Katie
We're the
Hobbs.
feds. You're a civilian pleb. You don't matter. We're the feds. You can't stand up to us. We have all the political power. We have the money. We have the guns. We have everything. What do you have? Oh, you don't have anything. You got a company right there? Nice. We'll nationalize it. Oh, now you don't even have a company. What do you have? A big pile of money? Oh, we'll audit you. Oh, now you're in debtor's prison. Oh,
Okay,
government, political power. You can't stand up to it with economic power. Guns crunch money all the time. Government is a monopoly on political power, and they use it. They're really using it right now in a way that's deleterious to a free society. We can't have a free society for long if the free flow of information is continuously obstructed. And that's precisely what is happening right now. The Intercept is revealing in leaked documents that the whole mission of the Department of Homeland Security has shifted from its global war on terror stance, and now it's going entirely for a domestic censorship role. The
Yes.
Disinformation Governance Board was just the tip of the iceberg. It's just the tip of the iceberg. It goes so much deeper. It's
right.
all right out there in public domain now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and nobody is like keeping up with it. I told my stepfather the other day, he was complaining about the FBI, and I said, "Well, if you want to do all this research about the deep state, what you really need to look into is Department of Homeland Security, because everybody wants to talk about CIA this, FBI that, but the Department of Homeland Security have really shifted into spying on the average American and data mining all and everything that they do, and it's really dangerous.
Okay,
Free.
I just wanted to let y'all know Katie Hobbs is in the lead by over 100,000 votes.
What the fuck?
Yep.
There's no damn way.
Yep.
Peter, where you at?
Peter, explain. You got some explaining to
Sound
do,
off,
Peter.
Peter Griffin.
Peter. Peter. Let's all just keep
Hey,
yelling Peter
Peter.
until he answers. Hey, Peter. Peter.
Hey,
Peter.
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 Gator,
Peter. Explain.
Gator.
What are you Arizonians doing over there?
We need answers.
Granted, it's 40% of the votes have come in. I expect that there will be.
That's bad.
Well, yeah, but it's still less than half. Peter.
Oh, geez. Mark Kelly is also in the lead.
Yes, he is. I know.
15%. There's no damn way. There's no way Arizona is going to do this for two elections in a row. Like,
I'm wanting
seriously,
to
I
know.
was pissed
I
when
was
this happened
gone.
last time.
I was out letting my dogs piss for like 2 minutes, and they got 33% of votes counted in Arizona, and it led to a switch in who was leading in both of those races.
That
Yep.
Arizona is not about to screw us over for the second time, two elections in a row. There is no way this is happening right now.
Arizona has been a red state since the fucking 90s, and now they want to vote for Sniffy the Clown and get a Democrat governor and senator. But, I mean, in his
So
defense, Kelly is a fucking
let's
incumbent.
talk about that. Why, right? You want to
I
talk about why?
think I've got an answer.
Yeah,
Or this is
they
coming
called
from
the Illinois
Peter.
Senate.
This is like coming
Okay.
from Peter, our resident Arizona expert. He was worried that this was going to happen, thinking that the Arizona Republican Party out there is really Trumpy, but there's also a big breakaway faction of conservatives out there who are really not on board with Trump. Why aren't they on board with Trump? Because they're libertarian leaning and they think Trump is an authoritarian. They think that rightly. And
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true. I would have never even thought about that because I don't know. I don't live in Arizona. I mean, I guess Peter could answer this question. If Peter's listening now, um, does it have to do anything with the mass exodus of California to a neighboring state? Does it
That
have to do with anything with that?
yeah, but
I
I think
assume so.
that
Oh,
could
he's
play a
always
role.
telling me about how terrible these shitty Californians are and saying, don't California my Arizona, and
Mm,
funny stuff like that.
yeah.
So that is just great. Arizona, I thought we would be able to pull that off. I thought Blake Masters and Kerry Lake were going to win this, but
Mm,
no.
Carrie
Re-
Lake could win. I mean, it's uh she could. It's only 40%. They still got 60% to go, and it's 100. It's like 115,000 vote lead. It's
So
11%. It's definitely still possible, but
Peter just typed in the chat, yes, I think California has a play and big role into this too.
Herschel Walker is now leading Warnock by about 800 votes. It's it's switching every few minutes. He doesn't even lead by 0.1%.
Peter is telling me he is indeed typing it in the comments, but we can't see it. I'm also not going to read off all that, but he does have a good sense of humor.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Peter.
But
What are you
We're
referring to?
just now
What?
seeing it, Peter.
Hmm.
There is just no way, though. There's no way that Arizona is doing this to us again. Let's check the election betting odds. Yeah, governor's race down 20%.
yeah, holy shit.
And it's
There's
currently
no
down to
way.
11. Okay, what's it say for the Senate?
For Senate, it's uh
It's not stratified by state in the election
fuck.
betting odds, sadly.
Holy
Okay.
shit. The estimate that like they're expected to lose a Republican governor. It's expected to be 27 to 23 now instead of 28 to 22.
Not
Fuck.
to interrupt, but Grassley has pulled off the thing back in Iowa. He's on top again. Eric Schmidt is back on top in Missouri. And
Uh
Herschel Walker is back on top in Georgia.
yeah. Just um yeah, he's
Currently seeing this at 49% Walker and 49% Warnock. Walker up by literally less than 1,000 votes.
that's what I just told you guys.
Well, we're all crunching the numbers separately.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're not none of us are
yeah.
paying
I was
attention.
I was focused on Arizona. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I'm just
Golden
hazing
City.
Peter over the Arizona thing.
Golden City Free Corp says, "What's the Kansas gubernatorial election looking like so far?" Laura Kelly is in the lead by about 57,000 votes, with 59% of expected votes counted. Yeah, I'm guessing Kelly is going to win this one. Nebraska, Jim Pillen, the Republican candidate for governor, uh, he has about a 15,000 vote lead. Iowa, Kim Reynolds has about a 41,000 vote lead. Wisconsin, fuck, 85,000 point lead for Tony Evers. Again, though, Senate is what really counts, and it looks like it's a bit tighter because Ron Johnson is down by only about 17,000 votes,
Yeah.
but he's yeah, it's definitely
Looks like it just updated. No. Okay.
Oh shit. Again though, it's pretty tight. Well, it's kind of tight. Fetterman is in the lead by about 145,000 votes. So the lead's still shrinking, but they have over half of the expected votes in.
Yeah.
And now the Democrats are expected to control the Senate by election betting odds.
Um, what's what's the odds there?
59.1% to 40.9%. So it was just a complete flip. Damn. I'm wondering how that happened though, because I mean the Democrats haven't taken a considerable lead in any states for the Senate, except, well, with Arizona, which was already expected. Fetterman, which, that was a coin toss.
Illinois.
Well, Illinois, everybody knew that Illinois was going to have a Democrat win.
Um,
But Herschel
right.
Walker is now in the lead by 8,000. Shit.
Wow.
In case no one noticed it, I want to point out that the Senate is now 41 to 41. It is really
Yes.
anyone's race over there.
Yeah, it is. I'm not entirely sure how they're getting a 59% chance for the Democrats to control the Senate.
Let's think about
Wait,
the
the majority
states that are
flipped?
left.
Fuck! When
What?
did this happen?
What are you talking about?
Betting odds. They have a 59% chance of picking it up. The Democrats. When did this happen?
I just told you like
For the House
two
or the
minutes ago.
Senate?
No, the Senate. No, the Democrats, the House is not.
I was taking a piss, bruh.
Oh, you were? My bad. Yeah, it
Bro.
happened it happened like fucking 30 minutes ago, something like that.
Yeah, Tusk
There's
told us
no
about it.
way. There's really no way. Okay. Hmm. Okay. The 2048, I mean, 538, I don't know what I just said, predicted a 27 in 100 chance that the Democrats take the Senate and Republicans take the House,
Yeah.
compared to 57 in 100 times Republicans taking both chambers and 15 in 100 Democrats taking both chambers, and Republicans winning the Senate and Democrats the House 1 in 100. So there was about a 25% chance of that outcome happening. Obviously, not the best, but it looks like the House is still probably ours, but we just need to pick up more seats. Really need to pick up more seats. But those seats that flip, those are going to be the states that are going at the states, but the races are going to take longer to quantify, because they're like more competitive and all.
Right.
So for the election betting odds, are you guys on electionbettingodds.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I think we said a while ago it was 59% for the Democrats to win the Senate. Now it's at 62%.
Yeah. I'm not sure how the fuck that's happening. Herschel Walker is still leading. He's gaining 80% of expected votes and he is now leading by 16,000 votes. JD Vance is still leading in Ohio. And Oz, the race is it still looks like he's gaining About
Yeah.
Where's Oz
Iowa,
stand right now?
Missouri. What?
Where does? Never mind. I see it.
Yeah, election betting odds has him only as a 25% chance of winning when Fetterman's 74, so
Wait.
Wait, what?
How do you get
yeah.
that?
It's not stratified by races, is it?
Yeah, chance of. I'm looking at Pennsylvania right here.
That's the governor map. We're
That's the
looking
Fetterman.
at.
governor's map.
No, I'm on the Senate.
Where's
Fetterman
Are we
versus
just
Oz.
blind? Tusk, are we just blind and have we never seen this?
I think so. What are y'all looking at? Because the only map I see is for governor.
No, you click on the you click on state control and then you hover over the state or Senate control. My bad.
I hit Senate under 2022 and it shows a graph.
That's why I'm
And
seeing two.
I only have one map, and my map is showing Senate seats.
Send me a fucking photo. Hey, we have a poll worker for Chicago in the chat. What's up? Hey, I cannot imagine the pain of working your job, man. My hat is off to you.
Oh, I know this guy. I sup, bro. More dudes. We know him. Against, just again, we all have same friends most time.
All right, I just sent you a picture of the map. Yeah, you could do governor map, Senate, House. Now I'm on the Senate. Yeah.
Okay, Tusk, we're just blind. I don't know how you got this, but
Yeah, I don't know how the
I've
fuck
never
you
seen
got
it
that
before.
shit either. I've looked for it. Believe me, I have looked everywhere.
So have I. I guess we're just blind, though.
Well, how do you get there? Wait. Hold up. Yep. You see how if you go to Senate and it gives you that fucking graph
Right.
and it has
Yeah.
go to another chart, click that and you'll see.
And you do
Hold on. Wait. No,
yeah, Senate control.
that just gives me another graph.
Yeah. Well, now I can't get back to it. Charts. Let's click on that. Charts. No, that's chart. I need a map. I need diagram. What's going on?
Welcome to what the live stream has become, folks. A bunch of drunk fucking rednecks trying to figure out their fucking websites.
For the record, I'm
Oh.
drinking White Monster.
Yeah, mine takes me straight to the Senate race, not to the governor.
Well, in
That's the
in the
default.
in the main menu, it only shows the option for a governor map. Other than that, it just shows
Ed
the odds.
Kaczynski was right. I hate technology.
Yeah. Well, you guys have the governor and I have the Senate, so we need one of us to get the House so we
Wait,
can
wait,
track
wait,
it
wait.
all.
Speaking of the House, we flipped another seat.
Oh, we did?
Is that
We did.
5?
Oh
It
shit, yeah,
is
that's
5.
5 seats. Let's see, where is it?
All
Where is
right.
it?
Where
I'm
is
looking
it?
for it.
Where are you
I'm
at? It's in Tennessee.
Tennessee, yep.
Andy Ogles defeated Heidi Campbell.
In the 5th
Now we're
district.
talking.
Okay. That's a victory. That's what the Republicans needed.
Ooh, yeah.
That is. It is for the House. The only real worry that we
Assuming.
have here is the Senate. Herschel Walker is
Right.
now in the lead by 24,000 votes, with 81% of voters basically done. All right. Fetterman is in the lead by 3 fuck. He's in the lead by about 113,000 votes.
So close, but yet so far.
Yeah. Da
There's no
Epic,
way.
Da Epic Rage asks, "What's up with Kansas voting red Senate and blue Gov?" Your guess is as good as mine, man. I don't know. I don't know any of the. I didn't even know that they had a blue governor. They were expected to vote for a blue governor. I knew that, but I didn't even know that the blue candidate was incumbent until tonight. Like after we started this fucking live stream.
Cook County poll worker is coming back saying that Cook County might flip the no promises, citing a growing conservative population in Illinois. Oh, and speaking of Illinois, you know who just won? Fucking Tammy Duckworth for Senate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she sucks.
I will.
Oh, JB Pritzker won in fucking Illinois too.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Greg Abbott. They called it. Greg Abbott won by shit. Almost 600,000 votes. Get fucked, Francis.
I
You have
mean, that's
failed
good
at
for the
everything.
Texans,
That
but
is
my
good for the
state is
Texans.
getting screwed.
I know it is, man. I'm sorry. I really do feel for y'all.
Oh, we got that fat bastard JB Pritzker for another few years.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I feel for you.
That man is literally a yard wide.
That's true. He is fat as fuck.
Oh, shit. Politics is just a game of ad hominems. So now my governor's morbid obesity is just a political football.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. Peter says you'll never get rid of Pritzker. Does Illinois have term limits?
I couldn't tell you, but what we do have is a monopoly on governors in jail. At
Yeah.
Rod Blagojevich. Trump had to pardon him for some reason. Something to do with him being friends with his lawyer or something like that.
Yikes. I'm sorry to tell you, man. Illinois does not have a limit for the number of terms you can serve.
Of course it doesn't.
Y'all might. You're just gonna have to leave Illinois, man. Either that or stay there and fight for it because, as y'all's poll worker says, that y'all might flip Cook County. I will be very surprised if y'all flip Cook County. Like I will, really. I'll fucking bow before you. But what the fuck is it with Lori Lightfoot? Whose idea was it to let her run? Like who? How the fuck did y'all? Why
She
her?
looks like the lady from the Addams family. What the
Yes.
fuck is her name?
Her fucking eyes go outwards and her fucking hair looks like she got struck by lightning. It looks like Herschel Walker will probably win the Senate race in Georgia. J.D. Vance has a pretty good lead by almost 300,000. North Carolina will probably be electing Ted Budd, the Republican candidate. Barnes is still ahead of Ron Johnson by about 15,000 votes. So that one's anyone's race. Mr. Oz, he is slowly but surely gaining more ground. That'll probably be a pretty close election. Hobbs is... What the mother of fucking cunt? Hobbs is ahead of Lake by 108,000 votes. What the shit? That
There's no
cannot be
way,
right.
Arizona.
That cannot be right.
Also, Iowa's been called for the Republicans' gubernatorial race. Kim Reynolds is in.
Who's that for again?
Iowa Republicans, we won.
Iowa. All right, bet.
Gubernatorial.
Peter says the margin on Arizona's governor just closed slightly. Yuma County just flipped from blue to red. Well, that's good news.
I mean, it's a step in the right direction.
Vape Queen 99. Sorry, I just instinctively want to read as 69. Just said, "What's up, Cruz?"
Howdy.
All right.
I'm too blind to see the profile picture, and it's not expanding.
Well,
So,
it's you're in it. I think that's you in the profile picture. Is it?
I
I
think
recognize the
so.
glasses and the mustache.
Oh, yeah, that's Emily. Howdy. It's been a second.
All
Uh,
right.
Getting all kinds of people in on the Tusk live stream. This is based.
You're popular. I didn't realize you were so fucking popular.
Like I said, I've been doing politics and
That's
stirring the
true.
pot, pissing people off for a really long time. And when you piss people off for a really long time, you make some friends.
She says, "How are you, bud?"
Getting by. It's it's Emily, LOL. Yes, excellent.
All right.
Getting by. Would be better if Arizona would unfuck themselves.
Yeah. I feel like this might have something to do with Arizona's first and third and seventh district. Come on.
Fix yourself, Arizona.
Unfuck yourself, damn it.
Oh,
All right.
I'm looking at the governor's map. I don't know if my eyes are just messed up or something, but it looks like it just updated.
Uh, let's see.
Am I
Republicans now
blind? I
lead
might be
in the
blind.
Senate, 42 to 41.
Wait, Eric Schmidt won in Missouri. We are now at 42 senators to their 41. So
Yes.
let's go. We're back in the lead.
Yep. And they have a lead in Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Wisconsin, and Arizona. Republicans have a lead in Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, and Iowa. So it does look like this could be anyone's game. And I'm guessing that Idaho, Utah, and fuck. Yeah, Idaho and Utah will probably, and Alaska probably will win Republican senators. Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, and Hawaii will probably win Democratic senators.
Are Yeah, none of those are in, right?
No, none of them are in. I'm just making
Just
predictions.
wanted to be sure. And for those who don't know, Alaska has ranked choice voting, so there are actually two Republicans running by the looks of it.
Right. Yeah.
There's a Democrat in there too, for good measure.
Yeah.
Ranked choice voting is interesting, but I need to study it more. It might be a better alternative to our first past the post elections, which most states have.
Peter says keep an eye on Arizona's first district. Good chance it will flip red.
Noted.
Uh,
Where
maybe.
is the first?
It's right in the middle. It's a small ass district. That's probably where Phoenix is, I'm guessing. Uh,
Okay, I'm seeing it.
Hodge is in the lead by about 30,000 though, and they have almost 60% of expected votes counted.
Yeah, Jerry, Jerry. David
Jerry.
Schweikert is kind of embattled down there in the first district in Arizona. Yeah, he needs to come back. We can't afford to lose anything. He Schweikert's an incumbent, and right now he's losing. Got to pick that up. His name always reminds me of Larry Schweikert, the historian, but apparently they're not related, which is kind of tragic. I like
I.
Schweikert.
This is too sketchy, man. I mean, nobody fucking likes Katie Hobbs. Nobody. And then all of
Well,
a sudden, they have a bunch of voting machines, quote unquote, break down during the election. And now Carrie Lake, who's been a favorite for a while now to win, she's down by like 110,000 votes.
Very unfortunate.
That's sketchy. Like, I have not been an election denier. I've never said that Biden stole the election in 2020, but this shit is just too convenient for the Democrats. This is sketchy as fuck. Yes, you should have, Peter. You should have stayed in the first district.
That's unfortunate. Hindsight is 2020. Apparently, the first district I'm hearing is a rather affluent district, so hopefully that's going to impact this a little bit. Maybe can get some more Republican votes out of that. We'll have to see going forward. Like 250 House seats have been called. We are a lot closer to the midpoint than they are, which is something at least.
Keep in mind that a lot of the West Coast, which is very blue, is still needs to come in.
I'm worried about that, especially the urban coast of California.
Yes.
Hate that.
But I think we need to like talk about why because I think we've hit it on other episodes like the Republican Party is changing a little bit, you know? Like it's becoming a very Trump party. I have a statistic here. 47% of Americans fear if they elect Republicans this midterm, they will make the wrong decisions if elected. So that's a pretty good chunk of Americans right there. 47%. Um, it says it's basically saying that 47% want people other than Democrats in, so they vote Republican, but they're still scared Republicans will make the wrong decisions, whatever that means. Um,
Well,
so
Trump is the king of governing on impulse, and that's probably what it's referring to. And the Republican Party is becoming, or has become, like an extension of Trump. Hopefully, that's going to go away, and there are some signs that maybe his monopoly on power in the Republican movement is waning. I really hope that happens so we can just put this episode behind us and pivot to something better. I'd like to pivot to a more libertarian position, but that's just me. I don't think the Trump
right.
movement is sustainable at all.
It all depends. It goes back to that populist approach, right? And then, I mean, we've talked about how the populist approach is not very sustainable.
It's
We just
not
have to see how it plays out.
mass movements, no matter what you're doing it for, don't tend to stick around. It's really once in a blue moon that you've got a mass movement that keeps its steam for a really long time. It's the same thing with like religious revivals. They burn hot, they go for a while, but they eventually die out. What you need is real info, real progress, a core of activists, and a big network that's not going to just go away after the election. You need that kind of infrastructure if we're going to make real gains, not these flare in the pan mass movements. And I'm thinking that's what the Trump movement was, especially because it was renowned for being such a half-assed campaign, and he's been politicking now for a while, and his campaigns are still pretty half-assed when you really look at it. I've read a couple books. I've got a couple on my shelf about detailing various Trump campaigns, and all of them say that the Trump campaigns have been half-assed. They've been conducted weird. They've been conducted understaffed, underfunded, and just not run right. Running the conservative movement like the Trump campaign is not going to pay the kind of dividends we need.
There is no fucking way. Hobbs is ahead by almost 200,000 votes, with half of the expected votes counted. There's no fucking way. Like, I don't buy that shit.
I think Trump's campaign is very intentional on how half-assed it is. Um, if you study Trump and look at him, if he's around like leaders around the world during meetings and conferences, his vocabulary and his sentence structure is more dynamic. But when he's talking in speeches and rallies, his average vocabulary isn't much more than a third or fourth grader. And his speeches um, are not written very eloquently. I believe that to be very intentional. I believe it to be um, something like going back to the populist approach, shooting for the average American,
But the
Epic,
shooting
average
for.
American used to be able to understand and fully comprehend college level speeches. The founding
epic
fathers didn't
rage.
talk down to us, nor did they until like the latter days of the. No, they didn't talk down to us in the latter days of the 19th century either. I guess it really started in like the early to mid 20th century. And of course, with the advent of the 140 character tweets and dumb shit like that, needing to fit everything into a stupid little soundbite, now the politicians are talking to us like we're toddlers or something. Why can't we just go back to speaking when the politicians could respect the intelligence of the average voter and actually use some vocabulary, use
Epic
real
Because
Rage.
argument?
Epic Rage says his rallies are still tens of thousands strong. You are undermining the big progress Republicans have made with Trump.
no, I'm
I
not. I'm not undermining anything. In fact, I think it's a necessary movement. This would have happened. This is a reaction to Obama's administration. And Trump is taking full advantage of it. I'm not saying that he's wrong by doing it. I'm just noticing what he's doing. I'm
That's
not
fair.
saying that no progress is being made.
That's
I'm
fair.
just saying yeah, I'm just saying like, look, you got to think about it. If you're going to run a campaign, how are you going to run it and why?
Well, Fetterman now
Trump
has
through government.
Fetterman now has
Like
a
Trump.
2.1% lead. He is leading by less than 100,000 votes. Oz looks like he is quickly gaining ground, and this could be Oz's race. Vance is still in
We
the
have
lead.
43 senators.
Yes,
Who just won?
I'm not entirely sure who did just win.
Grassley.
Uh, was
It was
it?
either Grassley or Schmidt.
Um, it might have just counted the Dakotas. When did it call the Dakotas?
They've been called for like an hour, I think.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. It was, I think, Grassley or Schmidt, but now it's 43 Republicans in the Senate to 41 Democrats.
Looks
We're
like
closing in on that one.
they could call Herschel Walker at any moment now. Oh, Wisconsin! Wisconsin, Johnson just took the lead. He's leading by about 3,000 now.
Well, I didn't expect that.
I did not expect that either. Evers is still in the lead by almost 100,000 for governor. Uh, let's see.
The Hobgoblin is literally up 15%,
Seriously? That's
rounding a
sad.
little bit, but
Again, it's the Senate that
yeah,
really matters here. We need somebody to be able to be that brick wall that stops the Biden regime.
right. Like we were saying in the last episode, if you're not voting for anything else, just vote to end the Biden agenda. Just no more $1 trillion or like COVID response packages. No more big stimulus bills. No more omnibus legislations with pages and pages of waste. Just stop the madness. Also, why is the IRS stockpiling millions of rounds of ammunition and hiring a small private army? The IRS took on more troops, and yes, I am calling them troops, in this fiscal year than the US Army did. Yeah, there's a bill making its way through Congress to force the IRS to sell off their stockpile of ammunition. Count me as a big supporter for that. There's only one group of Americans that should be disarmed, and that's federal agents. Let's disarm all
Oh,
the federal agents.
100%. Not only federal agents, but specifically the federal agents that are after you for not paying taxes. So, I
Disband the
mean,
IRS private army. They
a
don't need a
hundred.
militia.
No, they don't. But Biden, totally like his bill freaking expanded. How much did he expand the IRS? He expand,
86,000, I believe.
yeah, he expanded it big time. Like the IRS is going to be like a
Thank you.
CIA psyop thing for
Thank you.
collecting taxes, and that's a disgrace. I mean, if you look at our freaking country, that's an absolute disgrace.
Thank you, Epic
Our
Rage.
country
No
is
more
so
aid to Ukraine.
anti-tax.
No more aid to
Yes,
Ukraine.
yes, now we're talking to Epic Rage.
Yes.
Yes, why do we need to fund every war around the world? Biden's over here like, we must send weapons to the neo Nazis in Ukraine. We must arm the Azov battalion. Yes, they actually are neo Nazis for those of you playing along at home. But
Y'all,
Yeah. And Nancy Pelosi, I think if you guys like, are you guys caught up at all on the world stage on like what's happening in Europe and stuff?
yeah.
sadly,
Oh, you guys should really look into Parliament in Ireland because um, Ireland and even England, and then also in Canada, Canada is having a red wave. Canada, people are getting tired of Trudeau, but in Ireland, they are completely tired of NATO. So they're like calling out NATO big time, telling everybody that it's the United States' fault for all this. Ireland, out of all people, I just think that's fascinating.
yeah, Europe is getting really interesting. If Tusk was more of an international show and less domestic, we would have a lot more fodder to talk about. But I've just noticed that we're always talking about domestic stuff. I just go along with it since it's not my radio show.
I mean, we are American. I mean, if y'all
Yeah,
if y'all want to get involved with other national shit, yeah, we can come up with some of that. Did y'all see Sniffy's 60-minute interview? And this was probably the scariest part of the interview. The guy asked, "Would you send troops to support Taiwan if China invaded?" And Sniffy just said, "Yes." And then
oh,
his
that's great.
Yeah, and then
Yeah,
his administration staff had to go. Obviously, they were confronted about it, and they said, "No, no, y'all misunderstood him. He wasn't talking about blah blah blah." I don't remember what
Running
exactly
the
they said.
country, the president or the White House staff.
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, they're not on good communication, anything. The press secretary constantly has to be like, no, Biden did not mean this by him saying that. He actually means,
y'all saw.
that yeah, it's like the press, like, it's absolutely ridiculous. You got a president out there that's saying half the country is just as bad as a terrorist, these MAGA conservatives, or what did he call them?
Ultra MAGA.
The ultra
That sounds
MAGAs. Yeah.
retarded.
During that
Yeah.
same interview, they were walking through this garage. I'm pretty sure it was in Detroit, and they had this car, like nice car show, showing off like Lambos, Bugattis, Corvettes, shit like that. They were walking through that garage. He was interviewing Sniffy, and he said, "COVID is over." He said, "We have had enough precautions taken. Enough people have been protected against it. COVID is pretty much over." And obviously, the Democrats are pissed about that. And they were like, no, you can't say it's over. Then we lose a bunch of our power and shit like that. And somebody asked Karine Jean-Pierre, his press secretary, who is the least competent government official I have ever seen, probably, maybe behind Sniffy and the Whore of Babylon herself, Kamala Harris. She said, deadass, this is not verbatim, but this is pretty much what she said. They were asked, Biden said that COVID is over. Is that true? And she said, it's not really over. This was the first Detroit car show, whatever the name of the event was, that has been in about 2 years. He was probably taken aback by a lot of the nice cars that were there. Dead ass.
Yeah.
She was saying that he was distracted by the nice ass cars, so he said something stupid. The President of the United States was distracted by a bunch of nice, shiny cars and said stupid breaking news about a worldwide
she's
pandemic.
an absolute brute.
She's an idiot.
Oh
Karine
my-
Jean-Pierre is
She's
an
an
idiot. She's a
idiot.
fucking idiot.
She's an idiot.
An actual fool.
And Biden actually admits that a lot of the staff that he hired, he had a plan when he became president that he was going to hire based off race.
Oh, he said that before he was president.
Yeah,
He
I
said
know.
he said that
And
his vice president would be a woman of color. He said that he would elect the first woman of color Supreme Court justice. He said that. He was open about that. He's always been open about that.
and Harris said that she would never serve with Biden. There was a question on a debate stage, said, if he picks you, are you going to run with him? And she said no, because he's an old white man that's out of touch.
Oh, I
He
didn't know
can't
she said
understand
that.
her problems. Then when it happens, she immediately says yes.
They called Ohio
So,
for J.D. Vance.
wow.
Now we're talking.
He won by about 300,000, 290,000 votes. Yeah, I didn't
Did
know.
they call two races?
What?
Did they call two races? Because I thought it was 42 Republicans.
They might have called. When did they call Missouri? Have they had that called?
It's practically called. Betting odds has Schmidt at 99%.
Oh yeah, well they did call Missouri, but I'm wondering when they called it. If it was recent, I'll have to check.
Yeah.
I think they called it a little while back, if I'm not positive.
Yeah.
You
Blending
guys just
together.
moved to Ohio, right?
Yeah, they
I'm
just
looking at
called.
Ohio.
Yeah. Yeah, that's at 97.5% on bettingodds.com. Betterman at 83.5%. Oz 15.5%. And
Well, Oz is still gaining. He's still gaining by a
Down by
decent.
a lot more just a few minutes ago, but I wasn't saying anything.
right.
I was picked up some.
Yeah. Ron Johnson is still in the lead by about 2,000 votes for Wisconsin. Damn, it is tragic about Michigan.
While y'all are watching, it would be really cash money of y'all to sub.
Yes, please. That would be pretty fucking cool.
Very cash money of y'all.
Yes. North
Love the
Carolina.
viewers.
North Carolina.
Love the viewers.
90% of votes have been counted for North Carolina. Ted Budd is up by almost 200,000 or about 140,000, something like that. Herschel Walker is now ahead by about 14,000. 85% of votes have been counted. Arizona's governor race hasn't had much of an update recently. This could be something big coming in.
Polls are probably going to close in a few minutes.
Probably.
It's almost the top of another hour.
Yes. How long have we been going?
A minute.
4 hours.
Wow. 4 hours.
4 hours.
Hell yeah.
Wait, no, that doesn't sound right. I mean, YouTube's telling me that I've been going for about
Um,
4 hours, but it's only
Well, we start
2200.
at 7 p.m. Central. It's
Yeah, so
10 p.m. Central.
now it's
Math.
3 p.m. or 3 hours. I don't fucking know. The door also said no more aid to Ukraine. Once again, fuck yes.
Agree.
Agreed.
Why do we have to fund every war in the world, and why do we have to also commit genocide in Yemen?
I don't know, man.
Why do we
It,
have to do it?
I don't
Can
know.
we
We
just
don't.
not?
We don't. The only external affair that I approve of us well we got
Whoa,
we got
shit's happening.
California and Idaho just called. Well,
Yeah,
we're still ahead by 2 Senate seats, so that's cool. It's about to be three more. Shit. Uh, but anyway, I support defending Israel. That's it. I don't approve of us being involved in Russia and Ukraine. I don't approve of us being involved in any other Middle East or anywhere. I support us defending Israel because, for one,
Israelis have a huge military and nuclear weapons.
yeah, I
I
still,
think on the world stage, one of the most things that I am consistent about is being anti-Iran. I think they're the biggest threat that nobody talks about.
yeah, I mean, fuck Iran. I agree with that too. Fuck the whole Middle East except Israel, and that's why I want to defend Israel because Israel is like, did did y'all see that?
See what?
California and Idaho, they just went away and came back.
Yeah,
Oh well. Anyway,
bit odd.
Israel is pretty much the only Middle Eastern country that
Know someone and Brad Little in Idaho. I was only looking at the Senate in California and Idaho.
yeah, me too.
Well, governor's called too.
Yeah. Well, we know how that goes.
Yep.
Democrats are still expected to maintain control of the Senate.
Poll worker from Cook County says monumental nation of sin in all caps. Could take that a couple ways, I feel.
What's that mean? Explain.
What's the monumental nation of sin?
Is he
Carrie Lake.
referring?
Carrie Lake is still expected to win by 51.2 to 48.8.
Is that betting odds?
Yes.
I wouldn't trust that at the moment. I think it's in the midst of switching.
Yeah.
That's so bullshit.
Herschel Walker's lead keeps growing.
Oh,
What?
cat.
Oh. Yeah, my dogs are very fucking loud. They're my boys.
Like being well behaved. He's a good dog.
Ron Johnson's
Yeah.
lead. Israel is a monumental. Well, here's the thing. Israel is pretty much the only nation in the Middle East worth defending. They are the last nation that is even remotely not overrun by sociopaths. And there are non-biblical reasons, but it is also biblical to defend Israel. So if we're going off of sin and everything, the Bible also says to defend Israel or your land will be cursed.
And that's why I think Iran is such a super big threat that no one wants to talk about. Every hour on top of the hour, what did they say? Death to America, death to Israel. All in the streets. This is, you can go look at it. I mean, anybody can view it and see it. They absolutely hate, they hate the seed of Isaac, and that's what
They
it's
do.
about. That's what it's about. They know, because Muslims are taught from the very beginning, they know that America comes from the seed of Isaac. Americans don't know that. Iran knows that America is part of the lost 10 tribes of Israel with birthrights through Ephraim and Manasseh. So it's very religious, and they will do anything to bring Israel and America down every hour, on top of the hour. Death to
Not gonna
America, death
lie,
to Israel.
I'll have to read more about that. You kind of lost me around along the way
Oh, I
with
have
the
timelines I can
lost
share
tribes
with
of
you.
Israel.
Yep. That goes into a whole. It's basically, I've been researching that for about 6 years. It's very interesting. I'll keep in touch with you on that.
Yes, do that. Speaking of elections, even though we weren't speaking of elections, new stuff coming out of Oregon. It is tight as hell in
Really?
the governor's race. Yeah, it's like 0.4% difference. Very tight, very tight.
For Senate
Senate
or governor?
race, Senate race ain't doing too good in Oregon.
Yeah, I don't expect it to.
But oh yeah, you just said Ron Johnson.
Yeah, Ron Johnson's still winning.
And yo,
Utah.
Utah results. Mike Lee is up in the Senate,
Yes,
Republican.
sir. And he's not even running against any Democrats. It's not showing.
Evan McMullen is, I'm pretty sure he caucuses with Democrats, but he's not actually a Democrat.
Yeah.
I think he's one of those independents in the Senate.
Shit, I'm out of beer.
I'm still drinking this white monster.
Peter says, I still think Lake has a change. I think he means chance. She's just losing by too much right now for this to be accurate. If she loses, I say it will be by no more than 2 to 3 points. I mean,
You're right,
that
Peter.
makes sense. Yeah, I mean, it's still 51%. She's down by almost 200,000. Son of a fucking cunt. Holy shit. Well, they called some governor just now. Oh, yeah. Idaho, Wyoming.
Good. I
Um,
already said Idaho,
yeah.
Wyoming.
Georgia, they just called it.
Oh, Kemp wins.
Yes, sir. Fuck off, Stacey Abrams. You and fucking Francis, go. Vanish into the abyss of irrelevance. Alright.
Now we're talking.
Alright. 86% of expected votes have been counted in Georgia. Herschel Walker is ahead by 32,000 votes. It's close, but I think at this point, Herschel's going to win it. Fetterman is up by only 38,000 votes. It is tightening. He's ahead by 1%.
So close, but I'm worried about Pennsylvania. I
Yeah.
don't think we're going to win this.
I think at this rate we could. Only 73% of expected votes have counted. We said Ohio's been
Maybe.
called.
Races in Washington just populated.
Oh shit.
Got a Republican senator up.
I don't think that's gonna last.
It really isn't going to. Somehow, for the moment, Republican governor candidate Christine Drazen is up in Oregon.
Hmm.
I don't think it's going to last. Ragno was
For the
telling me
governor, I think
earlier
it
that
could.
he does not think the red wave will crash over Oregon.
Well, they've been giving the governor candidate, the Republican, candidate a chance for winning Oregon. She's been expected by many people to actually be the first Republican governor in Oregon in like 40 something years.
That's crazy.
If, if Oregon gets a Republican governor, so be it. Uh, well, the Democrats just got called for Pennsylvania and New York. It's not at all a surprise. Um, not sure how well. Yeah, the Ron Wyden for Oregon, he's in the lead. I don't expect that to change. Man, oh, it's getting close. It's getting close. Fetterman is only ahead by 35,000 votes. He's ahead by 0.9%.
Wow.
Oz could take this. He really could.
Election betting odds still has Fetterman winning at a 83% chance, though.
Hey, that's down from what was it? What was it before?
I don't remember.
I don't either.
It's actually gone, as far as election betting odds, it's
Wait, we
gone up
flipped a
from
seat in
seven.
the House. We flipped a seat in the House. Emergency.
Again? Shit.
Yes, we
I'm
flipped
looking
it.
for it. Looking for
Seat
it.
number 6.
Uh,
It's in Virginia. We flipped
hell
Virginia's
yeah.
2nd district. Jen Kiggins, Republican, beat out Elaine Luria, incumbent Democrat.
Fuck yeah.
Dude, let's go. That was the last election out of Virginia. We're
Yep.
still waiting for 2 in North Carolina, 2 in Florida, 3 in Ohio, 1 in Indiana, 4 in Texas, 2 in New Mexico. There's a lot still up for grabs.
Yes, there
It's
is.
There are a couple states on the eastern seaboard around there that have some races I think we're going to pull off. Like Florida's 23rd. No, wait, no. Jeez, I was watching it and it was different a minute ago, but whatever. Uh, where is it? Yeah, I think we could pull off a win in North Carolina's 13th district. You just need to make up a little bit of ground. Maybe even in North Carolina's 1st district.
Yeah, we could pull off. There's not much time though for the 13th
Yeah. The
district.
percentage on the first district, what's the percentage in?
Uh, 91%.
Yeah,
Hines is
that's
down.
real close there.
Yeah.
We definitely are. It's
What
not
about the
called yet.
13th? What about the 13th?
13th, that's 91%.
Yeah.
Hey,
Those are cutting it.
Smiley is still ahead in Washington by almost 20,000 votes, but it's only 6% of expected votes counted.
I'm not expecting that to last.
Me neither.
We did flip 6 seats in the House, though.
Yeah, that's good. But again, it's all up to the Senate. Senate is what we're really looking for here.
It is. Well, we still got Ron Johnson in the lead, and Mike Lee is going to win. Look at his numbers.
Oh yeah.
And plus, Mike Lee has big name recognition, and he's the incumbent.
Yeah. So right now it's looking like 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5. If Oz really pulls this one out of his ass, I mean, Fetterman's lead has gone up slightly. It's gone from 0.9 to 1.1%. But Oz could still pull it off. That would be already giving Republicans 5 seats, or the 5 seats needed to break even. But to get back the Senate, they can't break even. They need to get 6 here. So,
Um, the Republicans only need to flip one in the Senate.
Well, yeah, they need to flip
Um,
one, but they need to get 6 from where they're at now because they have 45.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, that's how it goes. Yep.
Yeah.
So assuming that everybody that was Republican gets reelected, then we've most definitely won the House with 6 seats being flipped in the House.
Well, the Republicans are going to win the House. There's virtually no question about that.
Yeah.
The problem is the Senate.
Yeah. I'm looking up right now. I'm browsing how often the Senate is flipped in the midterms. Because if you think about it, let's say the Republicans win these midterms. 2 years later, during the presidential election year, that's when most people vote. So that's probably when you're going to see a more turnout and a more serious, dramatic change in the Senate. So if we win in the midterms, plus people not wanting Sniffy the Clown and wanting to replace him, more people going out to vote in a presidential year, it could have even more gain.
Yeah. So we should be preparing for the worst here and talking about what it means exactly if Democrats maintain control of the Senate.
Um, well, we
Any
got to
thoughts,
think what the
Marquis?
Senate has been up to lately. January 6th, January 6th committee, that's
Yeah.
kind of done and over with.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be a big help either way if the Republicans take back the House, which they will. But if they don't take back the Senate, that could mean some serious problems.
right. I'm spreading the word to some more people. I just noticed I had a few unanswered texts, so we might get a few new viewers, which would be
So this is interesting. In the election year of 1986, Ronald Reagan lost 5 House seats and 8 Senate seats.
Yeah.
So, um, wow. All right. So in 2010, Barack Obama, during the midterm, he lost 63 seats to the House and 6 seats to the Senate. And
Mhm.
63 is the second largest in history in the House after Franklin D. Roosevelt during his midterm when he lost 81.
Fuck Franklin D. Roosevelt. They just
agree.
called North Carolina Ted Budd for Senate. The Republicans now have 46 Senate seats, opposed to the Democrats' 43. Fetterman is leading by 40,000 votes.
I want to thank everybody who's still listening.
Yes,
Thanks for
thank you.
commitment.
Thank you very much.
Subscribe.
No, they just called Oregon in the Senate.
What? Already? Holy shit.
Ron Wyden won. Fuck.
Not surprised.
Very uncool.
It is uncool, but what do you expect?
Precisely what I expected in Washington. The Republican is no longer on top, and it's not close.
Yeah.
They're separated by 20 points.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah,
The
saw that one coming.
entire Pacific coast. You can go ahead and toss it out.
Yeah,
Mark Kelly still has a solid lead over Blake Masters. Katie Hobbs is still down by a little bit under 200,000, but it's still only 51%. It hasn't updated in a while. That could mean something big.
Yeah. Murkowski is almost certainly going to win in Alaska, but she is a big rhino. So she's functionally a Democrat.
Uh, wait. Herschel Walker is ahead by 20,000 votes. 88% of votes have been counted.
That is good. And we've got a few new people listening. Yeah. Welcome to everyone who just tuned in.
Yes. Welcome,
Welcome to
everybody.
the madness.
Mr.
Oh shit,
Carson.
it's fucking Carlson. Love that.
Quinn Carson. It's a question for Marquis. Marquis, you tell him how the Republicans are doing.
Yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag right now, Carson. We're picking up 6 seats in the House of Representatives right now. All things holding the way things are right now, Republicans are going to take the House. No one's really contesting that. In the Senate, it's still a really big dead heat. Everyone was counting on Blake Masters, Republican Arizona, to win, but Mark Kelly is the Democrat. He pulled off an upset, and it looks like he's going to win if nothing changes. Georgia, Herschel Walker, and Raphael Warnock are still slugging it out, but Walker, right now, the Republican, is still on top. Somehow, Ron Johnson, Republican Wisconsin, is on top in the Senate race versus Mandela Barnes, but I'm not sure how long that's going to last. Because remember, Milwaukee took so long to report in 2020, and this same thing happened over there. In fact, I think that infamous switch when all those ballots started getting discovered happened around this time 2 years ago. So keep that in mind. John Fetterman and Mehmet Oz are still slugging it out in Pennsylvania. It's always so close, but yet so far. Mehmet Oz is just behind Fetterman, but he just can't seem to catch up to him.
Keep in mind,
It's
though, the lead was much bigger earlier, and now
that is true.
it's about 34,000. He's ahead
That
by
is true.
0.9%.
75% in, got change. Ron Wyden of Oregon, Democrat Senate, just won not 10 minutes ago. Oh, that was unfortunate, but not unexpected. And in Washington, the Democrats are going to pick that one up, definitely looks like. Tiffany Smiley was in the lead for a bit, but that was just some fluke flap. And yeah, now she's losing to Patty Murray, Democrat. Senate, it's a wait, who? No, they just called Washington in the Senate for Patty Murray. Speak of the
Mm,
devil, and he will appear. They called it right then. Amazing how that works.
yep.
So it's 45 Democrats in the Senate to 46 Republicans. We've got to get a 40. They just called another House seat for the Democrats someplace.
Yeah, that doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
we've got to get a 51 seat majority in order to take both chambers. And right now we have 50. Like 50 are sitting in the current Congress. We need 4 more, obviously, to hit that, and we need 5 more to surpass it. Alaska is definitely going to us, Lisa Murkowski, but she's a rhino, a Republican in name only. She's no good. She's functionally a Democrat. So, yeah, there's another one we're going to pick up there. Mike Lee in Utah. We're going to pick it up. He's not even running against a Democrat. He's running against Evan McMullin. He's an independent, but he's functionally a Democrat. Uh, Mike Lee is picking up Utah. It's just going to happen.
Yeah.
Herschel Walker looks like he's going to pick it up in Georgia.
That's surprising. I wasn't expecting Walker to win.
I honestly never had an opinion on that. It's just too close.
All right.
It like was too close up until now. I mean, now I'm thinking Walker's got it, but it's I just keep going back to Arizona. I mean, look at this shit.
I mean, I
Okay.
expected Kelly to win. If you think about it like this, if the Democrats win Arizona and Pennsylvania, they'll have 47. The Republicans are likely to win Wisconsin, Georgia, and Utah. That's 3. So that'll still leave it to just, what will that leave it to? Hawaii and Alaska. Yeah, the Democrats are likely going to win Hawaii, and the Republicans are likely to win Alaska. So that'll put the Republicans at 49. What am I forgetting? Oh, yeah, Connecticut. I always forget Connecticut. Yeah.
Connecticut.
Yeah.
How long have we been on here?
Going
A while.
on, yeah, 3.5, 4 hours, something like that. I don't know.
And how many listeners do we have now?
Right
We
now,
have 5. Hell yeah.
Hey.
welcome to the
Hey, as
shit
long as
show.
anybody's watching, I count it as a success.
Hey, that's
Hey, if you're still with us, leave a comment. Tell us what you think.
Hell yeah.
Tell us
You
what
there,
we're not
Peter?
hitting.
Hey, Peter.
hey Peter.
Peter. Yeah,
Peter.
all 5 of you, you know?
That's
Tell us
Peter
tell us something
Griffin.
we're not noticing.
We gotta be missing something. We're all tired and running off caffeine.
I'm running off alcohol.
I'm still sipping that one white monster.
I could never make a monster
Dang.
last that long. Mostly because I
Dude,
prefer Red Bull and Bang and Rain.
Dude.
it straight up takes me like a couple days to drink a monster. I don't like
Seriously?
having
Dude.
that much caffeine in my system, so I just spread it out over like 2 to 3 days.
I remember that when me and Marquis used to hang out back in the day. I used to try to get him to drink a Monster or a Rain,
Hey
and he would sip
Peter,
on it,
you're still here. Nice.
Yep.
All right.
and it would,
Good times, Picasso.
The
yeah, you would probably drink about half of it and just throw the rest of it away.
I
Nah,
would have
I was
totally
saving that. I
taken
was
that
putting it in
shit.
a water bottle.
Oh,
All right.
You know, I was putting
I
it in a
mean,
water bottle and saving it for later.
Well, I got some good
you
news.
really did that.
Uh,
I straight up did that. That wasn't water in those water bottles. That was like fucking bang.
Dixon seems to almost be. Yeah,
I had no idea.
Dixon seems to be closing the gap just a little bit.
Where is
Just
Dixon running again? I'm
Michigan,
tired.
Michigan.
Oh, shit. Fuck. Yeah. 85,000 vote difference, approximately.
Mm-hmm. Ron Johnson still
Ugh.
ahead. Walker still in the lead. All right. Oz, holy shit. Oz is down by just 38,000 votes. Come on. Come on, Oz. You got this shit. All right.
Does he, though?
He can. He definitely can.
Also,
It's
shout out to Peter for still being here. Love you, Peter.
You're a very patient person, Peter.
He's a very based man, too, which counts for a lot in this circle, being based.
It better. Hell yeah. All right. That's all
Pierce
right, Peter.
Satini
That's all
of
right, Peter.
Arizona. Yeah.
Look
I
at
voted
this.
for some libertarians in statewide races myself, but yeah, it wouldn't have made a difference. Illinois is just too far gone. Like, seriously, I voted for Bill Redpath in the Illinois Senate race. Yeah, look at the numbers. It's not even close. It really is not close. Katie Salvi wouldn't have gotten anywhere near Duckworth's total. I would have voted. Shelby.
I'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes.
All right.
Fair. Quinn Carson, we gotta take the House and the Senate. Agree.
Yeah.
We just got to do that. We haven't flipped any Senate seats yet. They haven't flipped any Senate seats yet. The fuck? The Democrats flipped a seat. They stole one of our seats in the House.
In the House? Oh shit.
Which one? Where?
Where? It
What are
looks
y'all doing?
it
Y'all stealing seats.
Ohio.
There's no way.
Ohio's first district.
Greg Landsman versus Steve Chabot.
Mm,
Chabot.
I don't like it.
Whatever. Very uncool of them. Very uncool.
I don't like how close this Wisconsin Senate race is. It's
I didn't think
43,000.
the Wisconsin Senate race would be competitive at all, but just Tusk, can you flip to Maryland's 6th district to show the audience? Check this out. We're
Maryland's.
going to flip this district.
Oh shit. Huh.
Yeah.
Well, it's a 10,000 vote race. 63% of the expected votes have been counted. That looks
Right.
optimistic. Hell yeah.
Go a little bit north. Connecticut's 4th district.
Connecticut's 4th district.
See, that looks like we're going to flip that one too.
Well, that's a close one.
It is, but it's so close.
Let's see.
I'm just going to go around and point out the ones where we could win and like flip. Yeah, New York 17th. Michael Lawler versus Sean Patrick Maloney.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
Very well. So, New York 17th District. Michael Lawler, Republican, 107,000. And lost it. There it is. Sean Patrick Maloney, Democrat, 84,000. 68% in. I think we're going to flip this, but
Flip which one?
again, New York 17th.
New
Check
York.
this out.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. That's a 20,000 vote race.
Right.
Looks like we could be flipping 25th, but that's a close one.
Yeah, you saw that too.
Yeah.
They're calling races in California right and left.
Yeah.
A bunch of House races just got called, like just now, out
Yeah.
there.
I imagine there aren't going to be many flips in California.
Yeah. You're probably right. I'm going to check in on Flores.
California's 16th district. It's a Democrat running against a Democrat.
They must have ranked choice voting.
Yeah.
Democrats just took something else in California. I see the map updating.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Just to check back in with Texas's 34th district, I've been following that. Maria Flores versus Vicente Gonzalez. Yeah, Flores is not doing too hot. She's down by around 10,000 votes.
Yeah.
63% in. I think it's over for her. Democrats just picked up another district in California.
Yeah, But
This is the time of the night where the Democrats pick up a lot of seats.
But
Like, a lot of them get decided in favor of them. I mean,
Texas 15th district, Monica de la Cruz is still ahead of Vallejo, and 76% of the expected votes have been counted.
another one just got decided for the Democrats out in Cali.
Yeah, we can expect Democrats to pick up a lot here.
Yeah, it's that time of night.
Because, I mean, this is the time when all the West Coast shit gets counted in, so it's going to be a lot of blue.
It really is.
So, Carson, Ohio was not flipped as a state, but they had a county, or not county, district, Ohio's first district, flip for the Democrats. They called it for Greg Landsman.
And the Republican governor won. He was the incumbent, though. And of
So
course, J.D. Vance has won the senatorial election. Very cool.
there still aren't that many votes in for Michigan. It's only 39%.
This is just what happened last time. Michigan, Wisconsin. Those two Rust Belt states with their decadent, decaying industrial wasteland cities are always screwing us up. Got the Wicked Witch of the Midwest, Gretchen Whitmer, about to get another term in here. And
Mm,
Tony Evers is back on top, Democrat Wisconsin. No big surprise there, though. And as per always, Arizona is still screwing us. Katie Hobgoblin is over Katy Lake. Katy Lake is basically drowning in a lake right now.
uh, it's
Very sad.
we're still only halfway. The it hasn't updated in a bit. That could mean something big is coming in.
Got that thing with Maricopa County voting machines owned by Dominion earlier today when they were like discarding 20% of their votes. Arizona's messed up. That
Yeah,
state is messed up.
yeah. I wonder if that's a coincidence. What do you think?
I don't know. I want it to be a coincidence.
Yeah, me too. I want it to get fixed.
Mm-hmm.
Herschel Walker
Senate
is
control betting odds 67%. Looks like the Democrats might keep the Senate.
fucking how, man?
And yeah, I wasn't expecting Mark Kelly to do that good in Arizona. A lot's going to hinge on that.
Yeah, kind of will.
Coming down to Arizona and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
We're still not here. The only Senate race that's not reporting in the continental U.S. is
Nevada.
fucking Nevada.
And
Got that rhino in Alaska that hasn't reported in yet. And
Hawaii.
there's no point in even waiting on Hawaii.
Yeah.
There is actually no point.
Yeah.
Safe Democrat all the time.
Man. Mike Lee's gonna win this one easily.
Yeah, Mike Lee is pretty good. He's based.
Ron Johnson, it looks like he'll get it. Herschel Walker, it's looking like he's gonna get it too.
I was not expecting the Wisconsin Senate race to turn out favorable to the GOP. I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah,
I like this.
I could have flipped a coin for it. We just need Oz. We need Oz to pick it up. He's down by about 43,000 right now. 42.
He's always down.
Yeah.
This man is always so close, but he's always so far. Painful to watch. It's like an animal that's struggling, wounded on the ground.
Yeah, but he's almost picking it up. He really has improved. It was not close before.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's coming down to the wire. I expected Georgia to be down to the wire too, and that's living up to my expectations. Arizona, I expected to be down to the wire. I didn't expect a blowout for the Democrats.
I'm wondering
I
why
guess
the fuck.
Peter was right saying,
Oh shit, the governor's race in Oregon is pretty fucking close. There's a 0.3% difference. It's a 3,000 votes.
imagine Christine Drazen wins the gubernatorial race in Oregon. crazy.
I'd be pretty surprised. I feel like Betsy Johnson is fucking it up a lot.
And I'm back, y'all.
Hey,
Sounds
you
good.
didn't miss a whole
Quinn
lot.
Car right. Quinn Carson says Nevada just wants to take their time, I guess.
Yeah, they always
Absolutely.
do.
What even is wrong with Nevada?
They're too
Does anyone
busy.
know?
They're too busy getting shit faced at the strip clubs. They don't give a fuck. I wouldn't be surprised if they never voted for anybody.
Nevada, they take a very, very long time to get their votes in. Like, they're actually
Always
historically known.
Nevada.
Yeah. The Democrats now have a 71% chance to control the Senate.
It's 2% worse than it was last time I checked. That sucks.
Yeah. 49.
Yeah, I just watched a video.
Damn
I went
it.
to go smoke a cigar, and I was watching a video of Fox. Lindsey Graham was on there. It was posted an hour ago, and he believes that Herschel is he's going to win down in Georgia. Apparently, the model that they have that Herschel's team has put together, they're well ahead of the projected win. Um, so it's just looking better as time goes on.
Yeah, but the
As far
problem
as the red
is,
wave goes, um,
well, it's
Vermont was already called, which is a disappointment. But
that's
I don't
been
know. This
called.
is coming from Lindsey Graham, so he's not much of anything. But
War
according to
criminal.
him, yeah,
The
just
pro-
according to him, he's been in touch with Herschel Walker's team, and looks like it's only going to get better from here for Georgia.
well, problem is
That's
Pennsylvania.
good.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is a big problem.
If the
Uh, I
if the Republicans took Pennsylvania, they would take the Senate.
yeah, I'm not understanding really. I mean, I know I keep hitting it, but Fetterman literally has nothing.
No, he
Nothing.
doesn't. He's a
He's
horrible
like
candidate.
Joe Biden.
He, yeah,
Right. Not to change the subject a little bit, but I'm doing a little dive into Connecticut right now, and Blumenthal is, of course, in the lead, and we can basically say Blumenthal is going to win, and I think I just proved it. Scroll in close. New Haven and Hartford are yet to report their real totals. The counties, the districts that are right around there are they're yet to report. The hinterlands have reported most of their shit.
hmm,
Connecticut's definitely going to the Democrats.
yeah. It's
Salt
all up.
Lake City in Utah is yet to report at all. So that's really worrying.
Well, Salt Lake City, yeah, it's the biggest city in Utah. It's probably the bluest area in Utah, but it's still, I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference with fucking 243,000 to 147,000. This one,
Hopefully.
yeah.
Wait, Salt Lake City is starting to come in.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Evan McMullen is way in the lead in there. Yeah.
Yeah, I still don't think it's going to make a difference.
Hopefully not.
Not enough of a difference anyway.
Provo and St. George are in. Lee is safely winning St. George, and it ain't close in Provo either. It's only Salt Lake City where Evan McMullen is in the lead. And there are a couple other counties in the hinterlands that are yet to really report in. And we can safely say they're going for Mike Lee.
Yeah. I'm not worried about Utah. I'm I'm only worried about Pennsylvania.
Got a question from De Epic Rage. If Dems keep the Senate, are they gaining any seats or keeping the same majority
I don't think they're going to gain any seats.
so
If
early?
anything, I think it's going to break even.
It's basically going to be a stalemate,
Yeah, it'll stay
pretty
50.
much status quo.
It'll stay 50 to 50, and obviously, fucking Camille Harris is going to be the tiebreaker, so they'll keep control. But
The Senate is known for mavericks, though. The party leaders have never had the kind of control over the Senate that they had over the House because Senate obviously have a bigger platform. There are fewer of them, so they have more value on the margin, so to speak. Yeah. I'm not sure they're going to be able to push through anything really big through the Senate just because of that alone. And it's been a stumbling block for them the whole Biden administration. And even if we can't take the Senate will still be relatively a stumbling block like it's been for the past 2 years.
yeah,
So that's always good. They will not be able to take a majority. I don't see that. I don't think the Democrats are picking up anything.
yeah, I taking the House is going to be a big help.
Yeah. It's possible Joe Biden might get impeached.
Yeah, the Republicans said that when they take a majority, I don't remember if it's the Senate or the House that does this. But they said that if they
It's the
take
House that's impeached.
it's the House that well, somebody said they would open an investigation on him, which will be a big, big problem for him.
Has to do with Hunter Biden, doesn't it?
Yes,
He's probably smoking crack right now.
probably. Hmm.
So I think it's funny that, impeachment comes up with just about every president now. And literally what they were doing with Trump, they tried to impeach him twice and they didn't have anything. But it seems like each Democrat that gets in is actually legit. Like they have something that says these politicians are breaking the laws. But um, I hear stuff from people that are always aligned with the political left, and you hear the same stuff. Oh, Trump, he's a lawbreaker, this and that. They couldn't find anything. But when stuff is so obvious, like when it comes to the Biden family, they're just so willful to deny it. It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's still a close race in Pennsylvania. Fetterman has a 1.3% lead of just under 60,000 votes. Fuck. Hmm. Yeah. It's looking like Fetterman will probably take it, but damn. I
I
don't know
don't think that's
how.
getting called tonight.
Yeah, it probably won't get called, but it'll it'll need a pretty big wave from some red county to give Oz the lead.
Indeed.
Herschel
Again,
Walker.
big thanks.
What?
I was just saying big thanks to everyone who's still listening.
Yeah, we still
Takes a
got.
lot of commitment, takes a lot of commitment. Would be very cash money of y'all to subscribe to the channel.
Yes,
We're
please.
bigger on other platforms. This is a new up and coming podcast. This is only our sixth episode, and
Well,
this isn't even really an
no,
episode. It's a live
it's our
stream.
seventh.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's our seventh. We uploaded episode 6 Sunday.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
I'm too tired for this.
yeah. Don't blame me. Hurts my eyes just looking at Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? Come on.
It's Arizona for me.
Yeah, Arizona's pissing me off too. Mostly the governor though. Like, come the fuck on.
Katie Hobgoblin.
Yeah, I think it'll probably flip though. I'm still betting that it's gonna flip at some point. It's probably not gonna happen tonight, but it'll happen. Hopefully.
Apache County still isn't reporting in, but
Apache
I'm
County,
thinking,
Arizona.
yeah, I'm thinking that is going to go Democratic. Sounds like a Peter question though. Maricopa County did indeed go heavily Democratic,
Uh,
but
what a
not as
coincidence.
bad as it could be. Hmm?
What a coincidence. All the ballot 20% of the ballot machines weren't working. How convenient.
Yep. Pima County that got a bunch of Democratic votes too. Mm, they got some votes in Coconino County, but it's really just Maricopa, Pima, Maricopa, and Pima. Wait, they just called New Mexico for Grisham.
Yeah, can't say
The
I'm
Democrats have
surprised.
taken New Mexico governorship.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. New Mexico is pretty safely Democrat. The Oregon governor though,
Did we,
Drazen is only down by 20,000. Peter
did they just
says
call the Washington Senate seat?
what?
Did they just call the Washington Senate seat, or am I blind?
They called it a while ago.
Okay, I'm
Peter
blind.
Peter said that Maricopa County
No, they called
counts.
Connecticut. There it is. I'm sorry. Connecticut.
Right.
Blumenthal won as I predicted.
Well, it's tied now, 46 to 46. That's not good.
Oh, Peter's back.
All right, yeah. Peter said that Maricopa County counts mail-in and early ballots first, and those tend to be more blue. 80% of people in Arizona vote by mail. Really, that much? Holy shit. So the votes not yet counted will be very red. That's good. That's good to know.
I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot.
All right. Arizona just went up by 1% for the Senate. They counted 1% more of the expected votes. It's still heavily in Mark Kelly.
I'm going to step away for a second. I'm going to actually make some popcorn.
All right.
Need a snack?
So, Tusk, how long are you planning to do this process here?
Like I said to the door when I misinterpreted his question, until Oz takes the lead.
Okay.
Apache County is very blue because of all the Indians there. Maricopa County is usually red and has only gone blue a few times in the past 100 years, including for Biden. And Pima, however you pronounce it, is always blue because of Tucson. Really? I didn't know Tucson was that blue. Not surprising. Alright. Walker is still ahead by 30,000 votes. Ron Johnson, he's ahead by about 60,000, just under 60,000. It's close, man. It's close.
Yeah.
Come on, Oz. He's only down by 50,000 now. He keeps getting closer and closer.
Well, he was up to like 35,000.
Yeah, then it dropped again.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Oz.
So, electionbettingodds.com has Fetterman 94.1% chance of winning.
Yeah. Well, let's hope he'll pull an Atlanta Falcons. They're still giving Kerry Lake a 62.7% chance of winning.
Can hear. Yeah. Well, Colorado is called for the Senate with Michael Bennett.
Yeah.
Let's look at the House here. Hmm. So when I was actually California is such a weird state. Um,
Mm-hmm.
like it was so red because of Reagan, and then it switched blue.
Yep.
I don't even know how it switched blue or when it switched blue.
San
But when I was
Francisco.
out there, I was visiting my father, and he was out working in the desert building wind turbines. And where he was, everywhere we went, we saw a whole bunch of Trump flags. And this was in 2018 or so, and I was very shocked to see that. Looking at this map now, I can see why. Um, because that was in California's fifth district, which ended up voting pretty red at 57.2%. Still nothing from Nevada. They
No.
need to get their crap together.
They do. They really do.
Um, so it looks like we got one district in Florida, the 20th district, that ended up going blue. And that was an astounding 72%.
They had a few districts go blue.
Yeah, let me
They're
click in here.
24th, 25th, 22nd, 20th, 10th, 14th. It's looking like their 23rd might be going blue soon. Their 9th might be going blue soon.
Yeah, okay, so obviously where the big cities are, like Orlando, that's the 10th and the
Is it?
14th. So basically all next to Miami. I've been down in Miami too.
You've
Um,
been to Miami?
yeah,
I've been to Florida.
well,
I've never been. I want to go to Miami soon at some point.
Miami is a great city to visit. So when I was there, they were renovating the Dolphin Stadium,
Right.
and what
Hard
was
Rock Stadium?
actually, yeah, Hard Rock Stadium. And what's so interesting about it, I was taking an Uber out there. The Uber driver was bragging. He was a Colombian immigrant, and he was bragging about how when they were doing the renovations on Hard Rock, that it was all non-union because Florida is big about non-union labor.
Mm,
And my father, he's big union, and he was like, "Oh, I hate Florida now." But it made me kind of like Florida.
yeah.
Um, I thought that was really interesting because you have that dynamic of it's going to be red because the old people go down there to retire, but you also got a whole lot of
What the fuck?
like Hispanics down there.
Man, election betting odds saying the governors are going to drop even more from 28 to 22 to 26 to 24. Fuck. Democrats have a higher chance of taking Arizona now. Fuck, man. How are the Republicans losing ground now? Like, how are.
Well,
It was expected to be a
I
red wave, and yeah, the Republicans are taking the House, which is going to be a big part of it. But,
this
Just
isn't as big as
barely.
a red wave as we thought.
I mean, I
Not a
I
red
always.
wave. That's a red wave in a kiddie pool.
Yeah,
In
it's
my
actually quite
defense,
odd.
in my defense, I always said from the beginning, we can't get too cocky. However, Yeah, I am shocked. I feel like the Democrats are probably laughing their asses off, like, ha ha ha, we're only losing by a decent amount instead of a huge amount.
Yeah. Back to midterms, as far as historically speaking, on the track that we're going now, this is going to look like a very average midterm.
Yeah.
Nothing sweeping. No red wave.
Y'all realize that Stacey Abrams wasted $105 million on her campaign?
Yeah. All right.
Wait, back that up?
Stacey Abrams wasted over $105 million in donor money on her failed campaign. Breitbart is just reporting it.
All right.
That's an F in the chat. Also, I'm about to get popcorn. I literally made popcorn.
No F in the chat from me. I have no respect for her. Fuck Stacey Abrams. All right. Epic Rage says, how on earth can a state allow 80% of ballots to be mail-in, bro? Democrats. That's how.
Yeah.
2020
I mean,
playbook. Elections are being messed with. That's the thing, man. Like, I've never believed that. I've always, or maybe I just didn't want to believe it. I always thought, maybe Biden was just won by independents and moderates who didn't like Trump. But man, with this kind of shit, it's starting to look
Tusk.
more. Yeah.
You should look into I believe the movie is called 200 Mules
200, 2,000 mules. Yeah, I've heard of that.
or
It's
2000.
it's being
Well, the
slandered by the
producer,
media. People are
yeah,
saying
well, the
like,
producers, the two co-producers that produced the movie got thrown in jail for misinformation.
there's no way they
Wait,
can't
what were
do
the
it.
charges? What were the actual
Here,
charges?
let me browse it. Uh, I saw
Whoa, we
somebody
got a
else.
bunch of comments.
Yeah, from Epic Rage. I'll just read them off.
Oh, did we already talk about what Peter said?
Yeah, about the different Arizona counties and how there's probably about to be a bunch of uh red votes.
Right, right. Hey, maybe there's still a chance.
Yeah, maybe. I'm really focusing on Pennsylvania here, though. All right, the lead has shrunk again.
Okay.
Fetterman is in the lead by 35,200 something.
Whoa.
What?
Okay, so do you guys know what True the Vote is?
Yeah.
So True the Vote was started to prevent election fraud. And so here's breaking the very first thing on Google. I typed in 2000 Mules producers in jail. So breaking True the Vote co-founders and 2000 Mules creators Greg Phillips and Catherine Eggenbrick arrested and put in jail by James Baker 4 hours ago. It's being reported this morning that both C and Greg Phillips have been arrested and put in jail by an order of a judge in their case. Uh, this is interesting to me because the founder of True the Vote got audited like 6 times before the documentary came out. So I'm about to do a little searching on this. What are the charges?
Why am I not
That's what
surprised?
I'd like to know.
Witness arrest. Okay. The arrest was around 10:30. Um, what charges? Arrested along, investigators
The
released.
Democrats flipped another House seat.
There's no fucking way.
Where is it?
How? How?
Is it North Carolina's 13th?
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it is.
Shit. So yeah,
Oh,
it's
shit.
looking more and more like New York is about to have a couple of districts flipped.
Okay, get this. So they've been released out of jail apparently. So True the Vote co-founder Catherine Engelbrecht and broad member Greg Phillips were released from jail in Houston, Texas, Monday after a panel on the U.S. Court of Appeals overruled the federal judge's order. The two were jailed 1 week ago after the U.S. District Judge Kenneth Hoyt ruled them in contempt of court in a defamation case against them for refusing to release the name of a confidential source. Um, so I know we don't have a lot of people in the comments on live stream now, but if anybody knows anything about law, let us know what you know about contempt of court and defamation. Um, So you can really be thrown into jail for not wanting to release a source. I need to know why they're being so they're in a defamation case. Who is attacking them for defamation?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
For fuck's sake, Oz, come on! Damn it. Pennsylvania, it went from about 36,000 to now 46,000. Jesus Christ, Pennsylvania, get your shit together. Epic Rage says for 2024, Dems keeping Senate and GOP barely taking House isn't that bad. Well, it's a bad look, that's for sure. Herschel
This
Walker,
was no red wave.
no, it was not.
So why? Why was there no red wave?
I don't know, man. Go
We need
ask
to ask it.
Pennsylvania. Go ask Pennsylvania, Arizona.
That's Arizona.
Uh, Dixon is behind by 101,000 votes. Keep in mind, Pennsylvania, Fetterman lived off of his parents until he was 49 years old. That's who
That
you're voting
bad?
for.
Oh
I
yeah,
thought you
and
meant
he's
for like 2 or 3 years.
no, and he's yeah,
Marquis,
he's
you're the
all
one that told
about
me he was 49 years old.
his parents are rich and privileged, and he's all about bringing everybody to the same level and bringing down Oz for being rich when he was eating his rich parents' cake
Oh,
all
so
those years.
now an actual Atlas Shrugged villain just won a congressional seat, basically. This man is literally like a reject from an Atlas Shrugged casting.
Yeah, and
Fuck no.
I mean, all you need to know, he is backed up by Obama and Biden. That should tell you everything. If Obama personally comes out of his freaking shell and does public speeches, like he's basically their nuke because Clinton isn't coming out and doing anything anymore.
Yeah. At
So,
least we don't have to see the Hildebeest anymore.
according to this, which is the WashingtonStandard.com, the movie produced by D'Souza, the 2000 Mules, did lead to a guilty plea as a result of the documentary.
Hmm.
So there was a court case and there was a guilty plea on ballot trafficking. So that's pretty interesting.
Yeah. I'm honestly not too sure what to say. I do think
Well,
that
that
I do think that I mean a big thing about the midterms is that it's supposed to give you a progress report of how people think of the current president. Obviously, despite these midterms, Sniffy the Clown is not popular. Hell, I mean, I think a big reason why some of the Democratic candidates are doing so well is because a lot of them refuse to get too much attention in the limelight with Sniffy the Clown. So I think no matter what,
Hey, Tusk,
yeah,
take a look at Pennsylvania. It widened.
wasn't it?
yeah, yeah, it did. Next time you say something like that, it better be some good fucking news.
Yeah.
What good news?
Exactly. Uh, yeah, it widened. It might shrink again soon. But what I'm saying is, no matter what, I think 2024. I think 2024 that we're gonna get Sniffy out. Um, whether it's against Trump or DeSantis, uh, whatever. And I do think that the Republicans taking the House, even if it's not by a very big margin, it'll definitely, at the very least, slow down Sniffy a lot. So,
Okay.
Little bit.
Sorry, I'm getting a little distracted on this court case here. So they were originally in court um for allegedly trying to read this here. Giving up national security voting software up to China. What?
yeah, sure. Don't give up our lies. Don't. How dare you expose us like that?
Yeah, so the CEO of a Michigan-based election software company was arrested and charged by Los Angeles County prosecutors for allegedly storing election worker data on servers in China. Prosecutors called it probably the largest data breach in United States history. Hmm. This is acting really weird. Nothing's adding up with the story. Protecting a confidential source to withhold his visit. Rises. Efforts to silence the organization can integrity group would have no opportunity to contest it in a criminal case against you.
Epic Rage says Georgia is extremely close. Won't be surprised if we wake up to a Dem win there. I wouldn't be too surprised. I'd definitely be pretty pissed
Maybe.
off.
Huh.
We've entered the next phase. This is the long part of the night
Yeah,
where not much happens.
yeah, we might have to call it quits here for tonight.
Whenever you want, I can keep going as long as I need to, but I've been putting as much in because I've been actually eating popcorn.
Yeah, Well,
All right.
Aren't my predictions incorrect?
yeah. I'm glad I played it safe and didn't get too cocky, although, well, my predictions were still wrong. I was expecting a pretty big red wave. However, it's important to know that Pennsylvania's not done. The lead shrunk again just a little bit. Um, Wisconsin's not done, although Ron Johnson is ahead by about 70,000. Arizona's just over halfway done for both Senate and governor.
We've only net gained 4 seats in the House. That's not even enough to flip the chamber.
Is it not? Yeah, the Dems just flipped another.
What do you mean they flipped another?
They flipped another.
What the fuck? Where
Yeah.
is it?
I'm looking.
Me too.
I can't find it.
Illinois.
Illinois. Yep. Well,
Yeah, of course it would be Illinois.
yeah, it would be Illinois. Damn it, Marquis.
Yep.
It's all your fault.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Well, still, it's possible. It is looking. If the Republicans can just take the House and slow down Biden,
Y'all, we only net gained 3 seats. The House is still in play right now.
Yeah, so far. But if you're
But
looking,
we had it tied up there for a second.
what do you mean?
Like all things being equal, we would have won the House a few hours ago. But now it's up in the air again because the Democrats keep swiping our seats.
Yeah.
So now, all things being equal, the Democrats could win the House. They could keep both chambers.
Yeah. And we would have lost governors which doesn't even affect the federal level, but it's just rubbing
No,
salt
but
in
those
the wound.
states are screwed now.
Yeah, well, Massachusetts, they had a liberal Republican. Fucking Maryland, probably a liberal Republican. I don't know a damn thing about him, but
Maura Healey.
yeah, her, him, whoever the fuck it was. I don't know. Either way,
They, them. They, them.
they, them. Right. Well, either way, we'll be alright.
Whitmer's still in, which I perfectly expected. But
Yeah,
Tony Evers thought he would lose.
Only by 85,000 votes, though.
Yeah.
Hobbs is ahead by almost 200,000, but it's been a while since it's updated, and I don't think it'll update again tonight. Well, congratulations,
Kansas.
Florida. Congratulations, Texas. Congratulations, Ohio. Georgia, however, it turns out, like, if Walker wins, good job not voting for Biden by proxy, I guess. Wisconsin. Well, congratulations, I guess.
I didn't see Ron Johnson coming. I'll say that.
Yeah, I didn't really either. I mean, I half expected it, half didn't. Actually, Evers is only ahead by about 27,000 so far. So.
Also, just so y'all know, Huckabee is the first Republican governor in that state's history. I mean, not what the fuck did I just say? First female governor in that state's history.
Who?
Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Oh, yeah, in Arkansas? Yeah. Who says Republicans hate women? Yeah.
Her dad was really good.
I don't know a damn thing
He's
about
good too.
Yeah. Well,
maybe not quite as good as her dad, but she's good.
There's still hope. There's still hope for the Senate. If Oz can manage to pull this one out of his ass, he's only down by 39,000 now. He could come back and take this. Um, and Arizona. I'm.
Well, as things stand right now,
Yeah.
we're going to take Alaska, Utah, Wisconsin, Georgia. That puts us at 50, where we were before. Nevada, we have no information.
Yeah.
They're going to take Arizona as it stands. They're going to take Pennsylvania as it stands. That means 48 to 50. If we take Nevada, we win the chamber by one. If the Dems take Nevada, it's 50-50, and literally nothing has changed.
Yeah. So there's still a chance. There is. I mean, we'll just have to see where it goes, really.
Yep.
Right now, election betting odds has the Democrats at a 75.9% chance of holding on to the Senate. For the House, the Republicans have gone down to 78.5% chance of taking the House. So it's still most likely going to happen, but this definitely wasn't a red wave, but there's still a chance that it could come out to something good. If the Republicans win the House by only one fucking seat, then it's still doing something. It's still a win. Maybe not a major win, maybe not the win that we want, but it's a win. So, honestly, it's up to Nevada, Arizona, and Pennsylvania.
Y'all see what the Dems' talking points are going to be tomorrow, right? Democrats weather the red wave.
Yeah.
They got through it. They survived the midterms historically well.
Yeah, especially given this disastrous presidency that we've had, man. This is surprising. This is almost impressive.
It's not adding up. Um,
Arizona isn't adding up.
it's really not.
Like, seriously, how convenient of a coincidence that their ballot counters fuck up.
Well, this always happens. I mean, it's just like, well, Trump collusion, Russia, Trump collusion, Russia. What they find out? Oh yeah, Hillary Clinton is the one colluding with Russia. So we see, on the psychological scale, a lot of projection with what's going on. So, the talking points that I mentioned at the very beginning, democracy is at stake. President Obama saying because election fraud this, election fraud that. Trump is out here saying this, but I mean, it always looks like it's in the Democrats' favor. Not saying that can't take a loss. I mean, a loss happens. It's just these narratives just kind of seem a little bit too convenient.
Yeah. Hmm.
It doesn't make
Well,
sense.
it was
How
almost.
were they able to how were they able to weather the red wave? This is historic. This is extremely rare.
Yeah.
They
They're
got
doing
through
good.
almost untouched.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
find out. Um,
untouched. Well, I thought it was interesting how Biden's overall approval rating went all the way down to like 32, 33%. And then when midterms come up, all of a sudden he's up to like 44%.
it's because of his almost not failures. People are stupid enough to think the Inflation Reduction Act was a success. That and then the killing of that Muslim leader over in the Middle East.
Wow.
I don't get it. get it.
I agree with you, Carson. Yeah, I was going to say
Yeah.
after seeing such a disastrous economic state we're in, you'd think people would change their mind a bit, but that doesn't seem to be the case.
That's what I'm saying. And I talk to people on the left and right every day. I don't think, I mean, obviously my state was just so red. Maybe things are just so different in other states, but I doubt it. Like things that happen regionally tend to happen also nationwide as well. Um, it's just, it's whatever. I mean, this is what it is, but it's not adding up. Everybody knows the economy is crap. Everybody knows who's at the top. Everybody knows the legislation getting passed. Everybody knows that the lefts are way too far radical. A standard Democrat doesn't want to be a Democrat anymore. Like,
Yeah.
I
this is
can't
not
believe
adding
this many people voted for hyperinflation.
Yeah, I don't know.
Be prepared. Go
Pennsylvania's
out.
gap has closed slightly. Uh, gap is 36,000, a little less than 36,000 votes. Man, I mean, the governors are at the very least going to break even, which will be a loss for the Republicans again because the Republicans were leading by 3 governors. Um, I mean, there's hope for Oregon still. It's still a pretty close race. Arizona just updated a little bit. Apache County is on the map now. What's that saying? Yeah. It looks like I don't know how much that changed. Not by much. The governor race went up by about 1%. Hobbs is still in the lead by a little under 200,000 votes.
Of course, Apache County is dark blue.
It is fantastic.
It is. Apache County is tiny, though. It only added 8,000 votes to Kelly's total.
Yay.
In terms of the governor's votes, it added 5,600.
So that means 3,600 went to Lake.
2,300.
Hmm.
I don't even know anymore.
Yeah. We're just gonna have to wait and see. Maybe Oz can make a comeback. Maybe Lake and Masters can make a comeback. Hopefully Herschel Walker will still stay in the lead. He's still ahead by about 15,000 votes. We'll just have to wait and see. Either way, it'll be alright. The world is going to
I've been
shit
watching
anyway.
elections for years, and when it gets to this point, we're just making long shots.
Well,
We're not going to flip Pennsylvania. We're not going to flip Arizona.
well,
The red wave has crested, broke, and has been found wanting.
hey, come on. History is written by long shots. There's hope.
Yeah.
There is. And even if Fetterman wins this, even with if Kelly and Hobbs win this, God bless America. America managed to survive 2 years of Sniffy the Clown, 8 years of Obama, 4 years of James Buchanan, fucking however many years it was of FDR, 8 years of Woodrow Wilson. It would be an insult to this great nation that our founding fathers built to think that we couldn't last another 2 years of Sniffy the Clown and a blue Congress. We'll pull through. When 2024 hits, still, no matter how these midterms look, when 2024 hits, Sniffy's going to be gone.
And
We
then
just get
then we'll
8 years of Sniffy.
No, I highly doubt that's going to happen.
We better not.
Yeah, no kidding. Either way, though, we'll still be alright. He'll be gone. We'll get DeSantis or Trump back in. We'll be alright. The red wave failed tonight, but there's hope, and we can still pull through. And I think this is where we're going to leave off this live stream tonight. Thank you all for joining us. This was, well, shocking. This was quite shocking, but we'll pull through. God bless America. Let's go, Brandon. Fuck Joe Biden, however you want to put it. God bless America. Good night.
Good night.
good night.